Welcome everyone. Let me just fix the sync very quickly and make sure that we are actually good to go. Welcome everyone. Good morning traders. How are you all doing? How is the trading week treating you? The first week after the longest US government shutdown. And how you guys feeling? How is the trading going? Let us know in the chat. And super excited for what's coming because we do have some exciting announcement for every single one of you. So you better stay on and make sure that you're here for the announcement in the next couple of minutes. Welcome. Good morning. Good to see you. Good morning, Infinity. How are you all doing? Unbiased trader. Good to see you. Morning, beautiful people. Good morning, Maria. Good morning, Annie, or good evening, or good afternoon, depending where you are in the world. Welcome. Yes, but not only this, but this also. Yes, gonna make an announcement just in a bit. Have waited for this live for more than 4 hours. Wow, this is dedication. That's dedication. Good morning, every single one of you. How are you all doing? How's the trading going this week? I do have some interesting things I'm waiting for, and to be quite honest with you, after the government shutdown in the US was over, finally, for me personally, the market is back to normal, and I can normally trade. Finally. I'm excited. And the first couple of days after the shutdown, when immediately it was 180 flip from what it was for the past weeks. Not gonna lie, the market is completely different. Fantastic. Long from gold yesterday. I actually was also in a long on gold yesterday evening. Let me just quickly go over this one. So I was also in a long for gold because we did reach one of the levels that I was looking for, in matter of fact. So right here was the level that I was entering the trade from. Oops, that is completely not what I wanted to do. Right here is a monthly point of control. We tested previously another one right here. So I was actually long several times gold this week already. So I was long initially, first time right here. I was long right here, and I was finally long right here, and I was finally long right here as well, and I'm finally long as well again. So I didn't hold it, and the reason for this I didn't hold it is because with the current market conditions, I wasn't 100% sure that we're gonna break this level here, which is a weekly point of control. This is a currently weak point of control. However, I did re-enter long after this pullback again, so I'm now long one more time on gold. And since we did break this level, so my initial overview for gold was that we are going to reach the monthly point of control and 4007 on the CFD quotes right here. And then from here, we are going to at least reach the previous volume, which is from this consolidation. So if I'm going to place a volume profile over this whole move to the downside, this is going to be the point of control of it. So let me just adjust the settings quickly. So we're going to reach at least this level. So I had several overviews for gold. One of those was the long and then potentially the continuation of short. And one of them was the long, breaking through the zone, testing it, and then continuation of longs. And for the continuation of longs, I'm looking for at least this zone or maximum that zone to the upside, and then eventually all-time highs depending on the situation, because we are still waiting for the governmental institutions to announce the schedule of the delayed release of the data, right? So when we're gonna have the data finally, that's gonna influence also the market depending on what we're gonna see. Part of the data might be completely lost because of their distortion in the calculation. So that's going to be also interesting. We might never actually get to see the real information about the US, market and stats in October this year. So, but eventually I am looking for these things to happen. Wait, let me just delete a couple of extra things here, which are not needed anymore. So I got long in 40 40.85 exactly. I'm looking at it right now. So 40.85, okay, and I'm holding it right now. So after this pullback, yesterday I got long right here. So this low before as well, and this low too, and even this low, this like second one. So it was more of a scalping than anything else. But right now I'm holding longs from 40.85. Yeah. 40.85, and apologies. I am looking at least for, let me just adjust it quickly, 40.85. This is the current position, so at least I'm looking for 1 to 2 risk to reward, and depending on how it will go, I'm looking for as much as 1 to 5, 1 to 6 risk to reward without add-ons. And as I add to running profitable positions, usually I'm expecting more from this one, depending if gold is going to go higher or not. But that's my today's overview for gold. I'm in a long right now, so holding once again. I'm holding it until this previous zone. This previous zone is a previous volume as well. We did have the test of it from another side. So we had the test of 41.50 almost. Then the test from another side from 41.50. We did have the volume. We have the point of control of the week, developing point of control of the week here too. And then at the current moment, I'm expecting to either the price pulling back here or eventually going higher and pulling back only at the previous weekly point of control, which is at the level of 41.95 at the current moment. So that's something I'm looking for. So the whole idea would be like this. Eventually, and then back down from here. Okay, so this is my current trade that I'm in. The reason I also got long on gold is silver. I'm gonna show it in a second. Clean some things here. So this is one of the things. Now another reason I got into long was silver. For silver, I was considering more shorts than anything else, because if we look at the 4-hour time frame structure, we have a beautiful double top on the 4 hours. We did break the previous lows here, right? And we did break them here. So when the price was here over the weekend, I was considering more for shorting continuation to at least this zone here, to at least the previous volume accumulation. So something like this. But yesterday, when the price get closer, I took short. I got out on break even. And then what we can see is the price finally broke my point of control of the week here and finally stabilized above it. So the reason I re-entered long again today in the morning was because silver finally found itself higher than this volume, higher than the point of control of the week, so higher than the level I was expecting to short from. And that was a key level for me. If the price is above this level, I'm exclusively looking for longs. So silver was also a really good long for me, good opportunity. I did choose gold instead of silver, and I don't trade them both at the same time. So I'm expecting the price to at least go back to 52.73, 52, let's say 95 right here, which is eventually the value area high of this whole downwards movement. So when the price goes here, this is where I might get the rejection, but eventually if the price breaks through this, then I'm expecting the all-time highs on silver as well. And depending on how the silver is going to go, I'm also going to take into account when trading gold. At the current moment, I'm holding holding gold until silver reaches this zone here, and until gold reaches this zone right here. Hey, LJ.
Hello, hello. How we doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Going well. Sorry, I jumped in a bit late. I was sitting in here before, but I've been number crunching for like 2.5 hours on the yen carry trade stuff, and I didn't
Okay.
realize ran a bit further over. My bad. Sorry about that. But yeah, how are you? How we
Yeah, I'm
doing?
good. How is your health?
Yeah, doing better. Feeling a bit better. Gradually now, feeling more. I know back to normal, right? So it's good. It's good.
I
Yeah.
can I can tell. I can tell. Your energy is
Yeah,
getting.
I've been trying to make sure I get some sleep and just sort of rest, do that kind of stuff, and yeah, it's helping. So
Oh,
I'm
finally.
getting back. Yeah,
Finally.
yeah, finally, exactly.
I
Yeah,
can't believe I'm hearing this from your side.
yeah, I know, I know.
Hey,
Look,
good,
I
good.
think I've hit like the limit where okay, you know, I need to I need to actually take
Okay,
care of
good.
this. So yeah,
Hey, we need you, so please take care of yourself.
definitely, definitely. But yeah, 90K subscribers as well.
Yes, we
We
do,
did
and
it.
we have some
Thanks, guys.
exciting
There you go.
announcements for the next.
We got the 90K plaque right here. There you guys
Oh
go.
my
90K.
God.
Oh, I forgot to write it backwards because you guys see it the other way, right?
No, we can
Ah,
see it perfectly.
damn, I
It's
missed it.
mirrors.
Anyway,
No, it's mirrors.
yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We hit the mark. So there's plenty coming for you guys. It'll be announced soon, right? Quiet for now, I think. But yeah. Anyway, plenty coming your way. So there you
Yeah,
go.
we're gonna have a great announcement as well, and the next week is coming some interesting things too. So you guys better stay on because that's gonna be awesome.
Indeed, indeed. Gonna be good. Hello, guys. Hello. Yes, thank you. How we doing? Looking cool today. Appreciate it, Infinity. And yeah, Henry, but isn't feeling normal bad. Yeah, well, hey, you know, we got to change that. We got to change that. What are we looking at right now? Uh, I
Looking at
take it
gold.
you must have jumped into gold trades. So
Yeah,
I was long last night.
me too.
I've TP'd since, but
I re-entered it actually
yeah,
multiple times. I re-entered it multiple times. I had several longs already from the beginning of the week on gold. So I was just telling them that I actually had the gold long right here, this one. I had the gold long here, and then here again. And then yesterday night I re-entered. I entered long one more time. Like basically on futures it looks a little bit different here. I
Mhm.
closed it, and now today in the morning after this pullback I re-entered it again. So I had one, two, three, four, 5 longs since the beginning of the week on gold already.
Yeah, wow. I've only taken two. Let me just check. Where did I even take it from? 4,030 jumped out at 4,065. So we went a bit further. So I was slightly premature, but yeah, that was the main piece there. So
But this is the reason. This is the TP from this trade as well. From this
yeah.
one, I got out here from where my first entry was, because
Mhm.
the reason I got in here is because of the volume on this low that was created. So
Mm.
that was also my TP for this long trade. But then when we got back again, created this double top, double bottom, started pushing higher. I was expecting the price to reach also 40.72 approximately, which is the point of control of the current week. And we did, and then started to consolidate. And I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna break that. Took long one more time. It was a very short, like small long. I don't remember. I need to check exactly which low was that, but it was like very small long over the night. And then this is another entry from today. So, and I'm expecting it
Fair
to
enough.
run at least until the previous zone here, or maybe there, depending on how the market is going to go. And the reason I was taking it also was telling them is because of the silver. So for silver, I was completely short bias actually this week, because if you look at it like this, that was like nothing long about this situation here. For me personally, I was expecting it to go at least to the previous lows again here, because it was a beautiful double top as well. We broke the previous lows that we were testing, so it was like, okay, maybe the retest and lower move. But then finally, after yesterday, we broke this level. I was like, okay, we're probably gonna go higher as well. And then today we found ourselves higher than this level. I was thinking about longs on silver too, but I finally chose gold between those two. But as long as silver reaches 52.7, I'm gonna take profits from gold.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, because like you can see we're down by that wick from the sort of initial fall, further to the left, just after we hit the all-time highs, right? Yeah, so the first tranche, so just below that, the bottom wicks
This
in
one?
that sort of
The
trading
bottom.
section, yeah,
What?
through there,
The
right?
bottom.
Yeah, because obviously we're coming right up to there now. So, what are your thoughts beyond, like, just smash through it, or are we
This
going
one?
to pause there, pull back, then go long
Yeah,
after?
maybe this one as well because there is some more volume. But wait, I'm lacking some data for me to be honest with you. Wait, I'm gonna check. I would yeah, right. So somewhere right here, this 52.36 also
Yeah,
is a level. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. So this is where I would be looking for the pullback to on silver. Yeah.
yeah, fair. I like it. I like it. Very good. How's did you stay in the NASDAQ trades we were talking about last week as well?
Which one
Because
of it? All of them
The
with
Aussie dollar, when we were talking about that Head and Shoulders, because the Aussie dollar obviously got hit. I got stopped out on that. Obviously getting pulled down with the risk off sentiment. But that Nasdaq trade played out very beautifully. Very, very, very textbook Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, I actually
You know,
stayed. I stayed in a short first.
yeah,
I
yeah.
stayed in a short right here. It was a
From
beautiful
up
short.
there, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got out unfortunately here because
I did the same.
expecting another head and shoulders. I re-entered long. I got stopped out, and then I re-entered short again here, and I made it back in some profits.
Yeah, I did literally the exact same. So TP there, the typical measured move,
Yeah,
plus where the gap was. Then it did look like we were stabilizing, at least for like a near-term correction.
yeah, we did. We did.
Took another leg, and then yeah, I re-entered short after that as well. So
Mm.
exactly the same. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
wondering how you went with that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Here, if you look at it, it was actually stopping. It was pausing. I should have moved it to break even. I didn't. So finally, I got stopped out. And then after we reached this low and we pulled back, and somewhere here I re-entered short again after we
yeah,
started going down until the previous lows. So I was expecting it to consolidate this week approximately in the same zone right here. So this whole area, more or less. I'm actually looking for the reversal now because on the S&P 500 we also reached the level that I was interested in, this one, and we are getting back into the same zone. So I'm considering maybe if we break through this highs today, like stabilize above it, so take this longs, or maybe even to the previous highs again. So
yeah. No, exactly. And because like the main thing, we've got the Nvidia earnings coming out,
yeah,
right? And
yeah,
at this point, we've kind of fallen off ahead of the earnings, right? Pretty healthily. It's starting to look like a fair risk reward standpoint to take a chance on a buy going into the earnings. Um, Market consensus does seem to be that'll be a beat, So that said, with all the eyes on it right now, if we do miss, I mean, either way, it's going to be a huge leg, either higher or down. So
yeah.
I'm still semi undecided whether I want to jump in front of that before
I'm not sure, to
earnings,
be
but
honest with you.
yeah,
Yeah.
right now I definitely want to see a slightly higher move on the Nasdaq and the S&P for
Yeah.
where we are.
Yeah, I
Um,
want to see that slightly higher as well because I'm expecting also that it might stay here ahead of the earnings. And then we'll see where it goes. So I didn't finally. I did take some trade yesterday, but it was on. No, it was Ethereum. I started to trade Ethereum based on the correlations with the U.S. stock market as well, because I still remember that
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Still remember the times when it was negatively correlated, when the money was flowing, they were putting the money in the stock market, then they were withdrawing it, it was dropping, the crypto was going up. So it was like almost 100% negative correlation. And now it's a positive correlation because the institutions came into the US, the crypto market, especially Ethereum, Bitcoin, ETFs and so on. So the money is essentially simultaneously moving in and out, mainly on the stock market and the crypto market. So when I was yesterday looking for longs on crypto, I was looking on stock market. I was looking for it here, I think. Yeah, not yesterday. Wait, no, it was yesterday. Wait, I was looking for NASDAQ. It was here, this longs here. At the same time, I was looking for Ethereum and I chose Ethereum. So now I operate between NASDAQ, S&P and Ethereum, basically, not
Yeah.
only NASDAQ and S&P. So
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, we do go. Yeah, we always flip back and forth between that high correlation, like risk on, risk off thing alongside stocks, and then it doing this weird quasi defensive type move with like gold and that kind of thing. But yeah, we're definitely back into the following the indices type pattern. That's another one actually that we were talking about last week with the further drop in crypto.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
take it you cleaned up on that as well. Yeah, good,
I did. I took drop on
nice,
crypto as well.
nice. Yeah,
Actually, the moment the shutdown was lifted, trading became just so perfect for me. I was
yeah.
like, I'm able
Believe
to
me.
breathe again. I swear, it's so good.
Yeah.
No,
I'm very happy it's over as well. Like,
I'm
oh,
so happy. I can't even express how happy I am because that was a disaster. And Mike, what I was thinking about that this is because of the shutdown. My trades are not going the way that they should be because normally, I was analyzing obviously them. I was thinking that it's because of the shutdown, and it was confirmed because the moment it was lifted, the same day, it came back to normal. And we are
yeah,
almost 1 week past, and I'm happier than in the past month and a half.
exactly, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you get that liquidity is starting to come back in, all the
Yeah.
typical US dollar flows, all that kind of stuff. It makes everything, yeah, act a bit more regular, a bit more normal. So very nice to have it back. Going to be interesting to see where all the numbers come out at as well. Um, I'm definitely still leaning that the Fed will cut. I
Yeah.
think they should cut. Um,
So too.
the split opinions from the a number of the members, it's really wild, like just how far apart they are. You know, we haven't had Powell directly say anything yet, though, which typically when you got just like any kind of board conference, whether it's a company, some kind of C-suite type thing, whoever the chairman is typically sways that one way or the other when you have a very divided outlook. So he hasn't really said much since the last Fed meeting. So any kind of comments coming out from him, he seems to be very quiet right now, intentionally. But
Definitely.
I think surely they have to cut, given everything going on. It would be, I think, disastrous if not.
Yeah, I think they should cut as well. And I think they will, to be honest with you, considering everything. But let's
Yeah,
see.
indeed, indeed. Long the shiny stuff, Alex said before. Yes. Oh, and yeah, dude, Rich, I thought you would have got this. Um, no, have you not heard that before? Do you not know the reference? Clearly not, I guess. But yeah, no, it's an old copy paster from back in the day. I thought you might have heard it. So, but yeah, just talking rubbish, you know. What else? What else have you covered in the
Nothing, just gold and
10 or so
until
before
you
us?
jumped in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just gold until you jumped in. Gold and silver, basically. Didn't talk about much anymore. Oh, actually, did you stay in this and the USD trade last week?
Which yeah, I was in the Aussie.
Yeah? In the
Yeah.
Aussie. Didn't take
So
an,
yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah.
you didn't take this one.
No, not New Zealand dollar.
Yeah.
I was partially in Aussie dollar already. So I basically just took Aussie as
Yeah.
the similar proxy. But yeah, I got stopped out on that with indices coming off, obviously. So
Yeah.
big. They come up. I mean that move played out too perfectly, too aggressively. That yeah, the Aussie, New Zealand are going to get swept up in that risk off. I
Yeah.
expected them to pull back a bit, but not quite that hard. I thought we still would have held up. I thought NASDAQ might have taken a little bit longer to come down, but yeah,
Yeah.
no,
They
we got
just
hammered that day.
completely collapsed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I exited this. I'm trying to find it, but I believe it's like something like 0.2 minus 0.2 or something. So I finally exited it in a negative, but I didn't hit my full stop because I didn't like how EU and GBP USD were behaving either.
Mm, mm.
So I exited this one as well, which I was like, okay, maybe I can re-enter, but it never came back into what I wanted to see as a confirmation either. So now we are trading lower, and I'm still looking for longs on GU. To be honest with you, I'm out of this because obviously because of this, but I'm still looking eventually maybe for longs. Still testing the same area. I do feel like longs perhaps are due on this one, but I'm only gonna take them if the price, if not even sure if it will, but if the price goes to 32,200 and then we get some kind of pullback, then I'm gonna take this long.
Mm, mm.
So I want to finally see the beginning of the move instead of trying to catch this during this consolidation, because I re-entered it a couple of times, got a couple of break-evens, got one loss. It didn't hit my stop loss ever, but I closed it in loss myself as well because I was like, okay, that's not going well.
Yeah, no,
So
no,
what
it's
do you
fair.
think now on the pound?
Yeah, so same with euro dollar. So like Partha was asking just now. So let me jump over here. So first of all, take a look at euro dollar. I'm given the structure that we've had, we didn't hold up through here at all. We failed to do so today as well. I'm kind of seeing us coming back down to about 115.50. I think at that point we'll start to stall out. I think that's sort of the new neutral, if that kind of makes sense. So as far as the pound goes, similar deal. I think we've got another attack at the bottom of this trading range, potentially a bit lower, right to the actual bottoms of those candles there, about 130.85 or so. From that point, again, I think we'll sort of stall out, pause, consolidate. One, we're waiting for the next piece of the US data. Two, as far as the pound, obviously we've still got the budget stuff coming out for the UK. So a lot of that has been telegraphed at this point, but there's also been a lot of pushback, a lot of feedback on various pieces. So it'll be interesting to see where we actually land in amongst all of that. For now, I'd say there will be a bit more downward pressure, both on the pound and the euro. Simultaneously, we've got dollar yen here ripping up a storm. Especially today, we've taken another big vault higher, right? So
Yeah.
dollar yen, I'm looking for somewhere closer to 157 to 158. I think I was talking with Pedro about it yesterday. So if we hide all that stuff, zoom out, right now there's like nothing stopping this train. We just keep going, keep running. But I think somewhere up into this 158 to 157 area, there should be some kind of a pause. The Bank of Japan, Ministry of Finance, all the largest companies, whether it's your auto manufacturers, all that kind of thing in Japan, they've all said exclusively around 155 is their cutoff level for dollar yen to keep appreciating. At this point, it's starting to create too many problems overall. And this is part of a bunch of the work I was doing just earlier. And once I complete it, I'll got to get the numbers right, but I'll show you guys. Wrapping up into this whole carry trade unwind and how that's going to play out, how that affects Japan as a country, because this ends up being a global story for all assets. So stocks, crypto, currencies, bonds market, bond markets, literally everything across the board, funding, financing. And going into next year, if the Japanese bonds right now at the longer end of the curve keep rising like they are, we're moving pretty quick. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of structured approach to kind of tackle it right now. They're in between a rock and a hard place. So for the meantime, though, this week, next week, I think dollar yen's got some more height into it. We'll see if some of these US releases kill that rally. That could be the point that turns it around. But until these guys, all three together, seem to complete their current move, like you can see, pound dollar right now wants to roll right back off, from what I can see. I mean, you look at that right there; it's looking very soggy. So I want to see a bit more downside before some kind of relative base that might be considered a value buy kind of thing.
I was in a long for EUR since last night because it was in my long zone. I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a risk, but I just closed it with 0.5% loss because after you said that we broke this level, we didn't hold it as well, and I agree with you that we are going lower. So I was just looking at my second screen while you were talking, and yeah, I would have the same overview. So I got out of the stock.
Yeah, I jumped in long yesterday about 115.85 after those lows got tapped into, but we didn't close through it, didn't push through it. We started driving higher, came back into the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, so it's 100 on the 1 hour. As soon as I saw us aggressively come right back off, I took TP'd for half the profit from where it was at the top. I was just like, yeah, I'm out. This doesn't look healthy. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I just got out literally right now, but I took it also just after the market opening yesterday. So
yeah,
it was a risk. It didn't play out. Sometimes
Yeah.
it is. Yeah. So this is pound, and for euro it was very similar. It was. I did get normally what I was looking for on 4-hour time frame. I was looking for the price to. Let me just delete all of this actually. I was looking for the price to reject the levels of volume from this. 1 second. From basically this weekly or monthly point of control. It's like when you switch between the futures and the CFDs.
Yeah.
Settings go completely crazy. Tick settings. But yeah, I was looking for the rejection from this area here, normally. And I took one long, overnight, because I didn't like how pound looked. And then I was waiting for the price to finally stop, and it stopped. So after the overnight layover, I took long, but yeah, it was in profit a little bit, but then finally I closed it now manually because I was expecting to move it to break even when the price reaches a little bit higher level, which it didn't. So it already went back into the negative when I looked at it again. But now as we broke this level 15,940, which the price was trying to hold for several times too, we were slowing down, but still failed to hold higher. So as we get closing below now, I'm expecting the price to reach about 15,565, 15,520 for the next stop on EUR. So this area here, which is also the value area low of this whole upwards movement. So this is a border of the majority of the volume that was traded here. So I'd say the shorts, maybe even shorts, are in order.
Yeah, exact same. I'm currently short, so
yeah.
I think it's. I was saying this yesterday as well. I'm very tentative on further shorts because I think we are getting sort of to the extent of it, and particularly with everything on the horizon. We've got the US data, that kind of stuff coming out. We could very easily flip the December rate cut odds right back the other way, right? And this just reverses very heavily, very quickly. So I'm very touch on, touch off right now, jumping in, jumping out. Because high likelihood that everything flips back around
Yeah.
right now. So yeah.
Same.
Will the Nvidia Super Bowl affect the currency market? It will to a degree, yeah. In terms of, so I mean, Nvidia earnings are going to move indices massively, right? You've got a huge amount of money sloshing around with that, and generally, what tends to happen, a lot of the algos are kind of a little bit, they just run off the data rather than particulars sometimes. So you'll see indices coming off very heavily. They treat it as like a risk off type move, right? So you know, the expectations for AI are so high that yes, if you have a miss, it's massively it's going to create a massive downdraft for indices themselves, bring down the broader AI complex. So your Google, your Amazon, Tesla, everything else, Meta, all at once, and then that tends to flow over into your risk off currencies. So you'll see stuff like Aussie dollar coming down, New Zealand dollar coming down, dollar yen will probably come off as well because people will go into the yen. The Swiss franc will appreciate. The euro and the pound tend to be a little bit more mixed depending on the situation. Sometimes you'll even get the euro dollar moving up because the euro dollar acts as like a soft safe haven. So yeah, in this scenario, that would be the most likely outcome. In other risk on, risk off times, sometimes you have the dollar appreciating because people jump into bonds, but this is not one of those times. So yeah, big day. We got Fed minutes tonight as well.
Yeah, we do.
Through New York, so don't forget that one as well. Everybody.
I'm still monitoring my gold longs, thinking if I'm gonna get out of this now.
Of gold longs, where are we? We're at like 41.15 now.
Yeah, it's pulling back, but it reached this zone for silver that we were talking about with you yesterday. It was early in the session. And for gold, it also reached one of my levels of volume. So I'm thinking I moved my stop in profit. So I think I'm gonna get out of this one now.
I would say for now that's probably a fair idea. After the charge we've had today.
Yeah.
Next level for me on gold is about 41.40, at least on the CFD.
Yeah, but from the current levels.
Yeah, no. That would be the next sort of interim block level. I wouldn't be going long from here to target that though. So, yeah, I would say time to.
So perhaps pull back first. That's what I'm also.
Yeah. Dude, Candle Slayer TB hit done for the month 6.76%. That's nice. Candle Slayer is very very appropriate there. Well done, mate. That's good. And yeah, Henry saying before, not even trading yen at this stage, smelling a BOJ intervention. Yeah, this is why I was trying to do this work earlier, try and figure out, because part of with currency interventions, the other big portion is always the timing, right? If you get the timing wrong, it's completely ineffective. You've spat the dummy. Everyone's seen it happen. It was limp, and the market will go back the other way because they know it's ineffective. And then you've basically given up all that firepower, and it's you end up with worse problems. So trying to figure out exactly when / what the best timing for that would be, because the other portion as well, if they start to force the unwind of the carry trade, that is very aggressive, very 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 heavy. I think the raw numbers I gotta go over it, but I think it's about 1.2 trillion just in the yen carry trade. So this is a good bit of money. A lot of that is leveraged as well, right? And it's hard to get proper insight into exactly to what degree that's been leveraged, or how many times that money has gone from here to there, and all those dominoes to be unwound. So My suspicion is they wouldn't do it before New Year, right? I think they'd probably come into the New Year. It's either that or you do some kind of stealth attack type thing whilst markets are illiquid going towards Christmas. We're in that final 2 weeks of December, but I don't think that's very likely because then, coming into the New Year, that can just so easily get reversed, obviously. So you kind of need the market to then go with it at the same time. So you need the right timing. The markets are somewhat illiquid to push the price, but then get the market to actually follow up and jump on the same train as them. So I think it will be a next year thing, but you could have some kind of headlines where they just try and verbally talk down the currency rather than direct intervention. So Afuni is saying, angry with gold this week. What is happening?
I don't know. Whatever is happening is perfectly happening for me.
Yeah, I will say at least it's been quite a clear move higher. It's been, it's very well structured the whole way up. I will say it is a little bit surprising perhaps to see that degree of continued strength.
That's true.
Given everything going on, we've seen a lot of, so part of the downdrafts that we had at various points were like systematic deleveraging, basically just, taking some money off the table from funds, institutions, that kind of stuff. We saw, gold coming off, stocks coming off, bonds moving around, currencies moving around. It was just a very take some chips off the board, go back to cash in a portion of the portfolio. And I don't know, I guess those downdrafts end up just getting used as buying opportunities for some people. I don't think there's any clear direct input. Arguably the potential of the December rate cut being off the table is negative for gold. So whether you consider, I don't know, gold's looking past that or looking towards the US data coming out quite poor, people trying to front run that, not sure, I don't know. Either that or something to do with, there's a lot of eyes on next year as to whether we get an initial pump coming into the new year on the back of going back to rate cuts, and then everything falls apart. There's a lot of banking stress, a lot of other sort of underlying bits and pieces going on, and potentially you could say, okay, let's start taking some off the board from indices, stocks, the other sort of higher risk components. You've seen Bitcoin come right off, and you just go, gold should be taking another leg higher next year anyway, so we want to buy it at some point. We've seen this stuff come up. We've then taken a look at things and seeing the risk for indices, risk assets in general, much higher than it was, say, a month, 2 months ago. Got to put money somewhere, park it in gold. We're at somewhat of a discount already. I don't know. It's unclear right now.
Well, you're asking if I close my gold trade. So I closed 2/3 of my gold trade, and I have 1/3 running with the stops at 41.10.5. So literally like just $5, 5 points below where we are right now. Wait, that's silver. I'm operating between two charts. So I closed 2/3 of my gold trade already right now. And again, my stop is at the current moment 41.5 right here. 41.10.5. The reason for this is because there is a volume here. I'm looking for this volume to hold. If the price goes below this volume, I'm gonna get out of this trade, because usually if it pulls back very sharply. And I'm not going to be able to close it manually with appropriate profit, so I don't want to lose any profit. If it drops, it's going to be closed by the stop loss and profit right now.
Yeah, I think we're very much at a local top. So
Yeah, I think so. And I closed 2/3 of my trade at the best point right here. So it's quite good.
yeah. So with that said, yeah, I would say book profits. If you got profits on the table, I'd probably be booking profits here on gold. Wait for that pullback. Especially, yeah, like we've got, we're coming up to Fed minutes later today in New York. And then tomorrow, obviously, we got NFP as well. So we got the payrolls coming through. So there are a few headline risk components on the cards. And then we've also got NVIDIA tonight. So, often when you see these moves, you've made some profit, even if you're sitting at a desk trading intraday or trying to facilitate orders, whether you're a bank or something for someone else. These kind of local tops tend to be pretty good, tend to stick. Where can I put this? I can put this on my shirt somewhere. I'll put it like up here. Here we go. You guys can kind of see that. Anyway. Am I in any trades? Yes. So I'm in 2 trades. So a Aussie dollar short and a euro dollar short. So I'll show you guys where I entered these. Let me just double check. The level was okay. So the first one on the Aussie, so 85 up here on that candle. I'm looking down here to this white line I've got marked out, basically just around 60. So if we punch through there, I'll hold it. That or else if we fail this wick, I'll TP right there at about 65. But 60 right there is what I'm looking at. The reason for that being, if we go out to the daily, let's go and, there's my good old smiley face from earlier in the year. Let's go and hide all that stuff. You can see we've got the 200-day moving average just down here. So we've come, close a number of times, still just above it, kind of floating above there. But this downward pressure looks as though we eventually want to actually meet and tap into that area. And then that's similar to, these prior wicks. Now, the next portion to that is the NASDAQ. So we're getting this slight retracement on the NASDAQ here, and about up at this level is what I'm looking at, somewhere between 24,700 and 24,750 or so, right, for us to retrace to, and then ultimately get, at least near term, going into the earnings, some kind of local top in there, a pullback down into here. And then at the same time, with euro dollar, pound dollar under pressure, Aussie dollar then is stalling out through here, probably gets one more downdraft with the NASDAQ coming off. And then that completes the trade. So euro dollar, we were talking about before as well. I am short in here from this level. I've got the stop at 84.5. Looking for somewhere at about 50. That's 46. Let's just go there. 51. So that's the other piece I'm in. We had the rally yesterday, which failed. We created right down. We then tried to have another attempt today. Once again, another very aggressive candle, wiping out all of those gains. We've sustained this lower portion in this range. And then this sort of level through here basically confirmed it, that we cracked through. So once we broke there, I was looking for a slight pullback to enter, and then look for us to continue lower. So those are the 2 trades I'm in right now.
I just entered also the short on EUR. Let's see how it's gonna play out. So I'm with you on that one.
So yeah, I mean, at the moment, dollar's just not holding back. So, you know, and as I said before, I'm very happy to jump out of these early guys as well. Dollar's very strong right now. I don't necessarily agree with that 100% from the fundamental kind of outlook, but at the same time, that's what we're seeing in the market, what we have seen for a while. So run with it whilst it's there. And yes, 90k, brother. We've done it. Cross the mark, cross the milestone. Now we just got to hit, got 100 coming up next. And then I think that's when you get the first YouTube plaque, isn't it? Like 100k.
Sorry?
You get like a YouTube,
You get, the
the
button, yeah. You
plaques
get the button
at
of
100k.
100K.
Yeah.
You do.
So, Saul will be on later, I believe. I think it should be in the description. I'll just check. I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's in the description. So 1400 to 1500 CET. Sorry, GMT. It's when Saul will pop in to say hello to everyone.
How many trades do I take? Sorry, go for it.
No, it's right. I was just Rahul was just saying hello, so let's just bring that up. Go ahead.
That's also Job was asking how many trades do I take per average in a day. So before it was, I was just literally thinking about this morning. I was thinking about exactly the same thing. So normally I was taking approximately 2 trades per day on average, but now in the last months and a half, I've taken on average between 3 and 5 trades per day. So it increased because my TP decreased. So because the market became like more, for me personally, right? For my overview, it became less like continuing, more ranging, a lot of uncertainty. My TPs reached a lower amount of times, and I started to take profit faster. And if the price breaks through certain levels, I started to re-enter the trade better than holding it through. Whether it's before, if the trend was going in a lot of assets, it was going. And in a period of time like this, when the price is ranging, I prefer to take profit and then re-enter it again. Like the same with gold now, as I took two-thirds of my profit. I'm still holding 1/3 with a very tight stop loss in profit to where the price is right now. But I prefer to close it, to secure it, and re-enter when the price gets further into my zones and breaks through them and holds above, instead of trying to hold it and hope that it's going to break it, because majority of the times it pulls back and I lose my profit. So the amount of my trades during the day increased more than 2 times in the past month and a half because of this. But I think it's about being adaptivity, be adaptive to the market conditions, because it changes from time to time. Sometimes you need to adapt your strategy. Like it's a lot already when you have your strategy, you have your system that you are sure about, you have your statistics, and then you need to be able to be sure completely about what you're doing and your stats, and then if you continue to do so, you're going to be profitable, to be able to adapt to the certain conditions of the market. Adapt to the conditions of the market doesn't mean changing your system. It means changing certain parameters, like, for example, entry points, frequency of trades, trade duration, perhaps entry times, and so on. The decision-making process can stay the same, where you change certain aspects regarding your trading system to be able to just adapt to this specific situation. Okay, I'm out of the gold trade completely now.
Yeah, I think this is the reasonable point to get out. So
yeah, that's okay.
Bit of a dip from here. Drop back to the highs just there. You've got this angular momentum kind of coming up through here, right?
That's 5.
So somewhere back in here, around that 4,095, 4,090, maybe a bit lower. Probably at least more reasonable. I think right now we've tapped out.
Yeah, that's 4.1% on this trade actually.
There you go. Monster. That's a monster trade.
That's a good one. Yeah, I added 2 times as well. When it started going, I added to the position, so that's 4.1 and 1. Good.
Beautiful, beautiful. That's what you want. Yeah, as far as number of trades per day for me, I mean, Monday was like 1. Average is probably 4 to 7, I would say. Other days I'll go up to 20, 25, 30 even, depending on the day. So when it's good, it's good. When it's hot, it's hot. When it's not, it's not.
Yeah.
That's sort of how I take it. BTC. What are you seeing on BTC now, Anastasiia? After we talked about this last week, it was okay. I'm gonna have to zoom out more for that. So what we were talking about last week, we were sat here in the middle of this range. There was this sort of wedge type pattern forming through here. I was looking for another touch of the bottom, and then kind of churn around here, and eventually you'll get some kind of consolidation, then potentially a breakout. With that, we've just crashed right through the base of that. We've actually come back up, tested the underside, and then kept dropping off. So what do you think? 90k? Do we get back to 100? Or are we going back to 80 next?
Good question. I think we're still on the downfall, to be honest with you. A little bit lower before the next rise up. That's my personal opinion. What do you think?
I agree. I think we could be seeing 80k down here before people actually get the confidence to say, okay, this is at a reasonable enough of a discount. Right now, it feels it's very like 50-50, toss a coin. Do you get enough people jumping in to buy? I think most people, especially with the kind of pockets to move price, are probably going to wait. So I would be seeing 80k, something like that first, before we get back to 100. So I think we're still heading lower. Next point of call is going to be 85 and then 80. Those are my 2 levels. I think getting back to 6 figures, back above 100k, is a 2026 story for now. So with that said, that's another about 10% downside in another 9 to 10k. So yeah, I'm still on the side of shorts for Bitcoin. I mean, that just does not look healthy at all. Like, that's the 4-hour.
Yeah, so I'm gonna share my screen on Ethereum, but I think they are pretty much, the same. So if you look at the weekly time frame, what I was looking for is for the price to come back to the same lows here at least. So if you were here at the same lows, then maybe we're gonna get some pullback, but still it's like, well, this would be my level to start buying, also spot, but also to look for some buying long trades, to be honest with you. So if the price gets here for Ethereum, approximately starting from 2740 to 2400, I'm gonna start buying Ethereum in general for the spot, but also looking for longs. If you look at the 4-hour time frame, I was looking for the price literally to come into this zone and then go down. This is something that we talked about last week. So that's literally what happened as well. I was taking some shorts on Ethereum too, so I took short, and then I took long from here to here on Ethereum because we reached one of the levels I was interested in. So if you look lower, left to the left side, this is a volume accumulation that I was expecting the price to reject from, and we are in fact doing so, but the previous weekly point of control is just above. The price is also stuck in between the previous weekly point of control and the current one. So, and there is no much, like there is nothing interesting in terms of like longs. So I don't really see any interest from the market side as well for pushing higher, because if we look at the volume distribution even, we can see that we had lots of volume when the price was dropping. Then there was an attempt to reverse the price where the effort wasn't equal the result. So we see that the volume was high, but the move was barely happening. And then we see right now that, you know, the price is trying to go up, but the volume is decreasing, which means there is no interest for longs at all. There is no one buying at the current level. There is a chance, I'm assuming that there is a chance that we are waiting for Nvidia's stats, because it's almost like correlated to S&P 500 now and NASDAQ. If I go, for example, to S&P 500, to their, what is it, 4-hour time frame, we're gonna see, like on NASDAQ, for example, we're gonna see very similar behavior right now. So we see like, what is it? I didn't really take it. So we see the consolidation, we saw the lows, the price trying to consolidate, break, consolidating. So we saw also the lows, price consolidating, broke the lows, we are consolidating. So it's exactly the same behavior. So I'm expecting the price of Ethereum and Bitcoin to move when we're gonna get Nvidia's data for risk off or risk on, and I'm waiting if the price is gonna close higher as the same as NASDAQ, then I'm gonna take some temporary longs, but overall I'm waiting for Ethereum in between 2740 and 2400 for long-term buys already.
Yeah, I agree. I like that. And yeah, like you're saying, yeah, price, you know, sort of stabilizing a bit, having a few upticks, that kind of thing. But yeah, low volume. So yeah, I agree. I think in order for bigger players, you know, with heavy wallets to actually step in, I think you're going to need a bit more of a discount before they do so. I just got to be back in like 25 seconds.
Yeah, sure thing.
I'll return.
Are we buying EUR USD? Actually, with LJ, we are short EUR USD right now. I was expecting the price to hold above this zone here. So the price was trying to hold above and it finally broke through it. So what we can see on the hourly time frame as well is the price is trying to hold below this level. So for me personally, as long as we hold below 15,710, 15,715, let's say, I'm gonna be short on EUR USD. So I'm right now waiting for continuing to hold shorts. And my expectation is that we're going to reach approximately 15,400, 15,370 zone here. Although initially I was looking for some longs on EUR USD this early in the week. I'm going to just open my second chart. So I was looking for, I was looking for long earlier yesterday, basically right here from this area. So as long as the price was pushing higher, I was holding longs, and earlier in our stream I closed my long trade with 0.5% loss. So 0.5%, because the price went down. I didn't move my stop loss to break even on time. So that's minus 0.5% on this one. We have majority of the volume now above the price. So I'm expecting the price to continue to push lower. But then eventually we need to find the low somewhere, because we've been on this downfall for quite a while. I'm also expecting the US dollar to start finally falling, and we're gonna, we're gonna get closer to the next interest rate decision from the United States too. So I'm expecting some data is gonna get finally released after the shutdown is over, and we're gonna get the schedule from the delayed data for the governmental institutions, whatever they are able to count. So I'm expecting the US dollar to finally go higher. So I would say that my next long level for EUR USD is 15,400, 15,230. If we get here, I'm going to take profits from the short and then eventually look for some longs from this one back higher.
Beautiful.
That's my current overview on specifically euro. And for pound, I think I'm just gonna be waiting because it's been too much, honestly, in the past
Yeah,
week. I was ranging and in constantly like I don't want to get stuck in this range anymore.
yeah. I think until the budget stuff is cleared, like that needs to go away first. Because I mean, you could end up with another Liz Truss type event with the bond market going mental if it's not
Yeah.
well received. So you know, I the pound is one of the craziest assets whenever we have these kind of political, um, budgetary things. You know, just like there's so much speculation. Same with
Yep.
Brexit. You know, back then, every time we have this, it's just mental. So. Um, Oh, Phineas. Also, sorry, I'll go back to this because I did see this before. Scott, you're saying. So I play to grab 10 points in each trade and trade more than 50 trades a day, with 2/3 losing trades, so 66% win rate. Losing trades, so 60%, 66% loss. With a close stop, do you think this is a good strategy? I'm using volume sequences to get the entry. Yeah, definitely, man. Like if you're 10 points in each trade. So if you're at 2/3 loss, 33% win rate, your stop's got to be 3 points or less. Not a bad strategy. I'd probably open it up like a little bit more because I mean the 2 to 3 points stop type thing is very tight, very very tight. And I know a lot of people do that because often a bunch of the moves are kind of that 9 to say 12 point move once you do find some local bottom on like a 5 minute or 15 minute or something like that. And if you can manage to pinpoint that bottom, a 2 to 3, 4 point stop can work, right? That said, I often find if people just move it to like 5 or 6, even just that little bit more, and then just reduce the total risk to reward as far as the stop to the TP, your strike rate goes up hugely from there because 2 to 3 points can just be general gyration, you know, and then the move still runs. But if you had it at 5, you would have still cleaned up the same move. The other hard part is, as far as a strategy, it's okay if you're on sort of using lower account size, lower leverage, that kind of stuff. That's not going to work, for instance, at very high account size. So in my opinion, I always try and put together something that if I had 50, 100 million, I could still trade that strategy, or at least with like a small tweak, but not a total elimination of the strategy. So that's my opinion. With that, it definitely can work, but I would say open it up a little bit more. It's also going to depend what asset you're trading as well, right? If you're trading something like the yen, any of the yen pairs, you're going to get blasted on that, right? So yeah, what that would be my next question. What assets are you primarily trading with that? I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, Anastasiia.
Honestly, I'd say I agree with you. And someone else was putting in the comment also that top traders know that the market offers 1 to 2 trades per month. Well, you can go to the top scalper of the world, whose name was mentioned already in the comments as well, Fabio, for example, and tell him this, and he's gonna explain you the other way around. This is a matter of the trading. This is a matter of the trading style, the trading personality that you have, and the strategy that you have. So, not not the opinion that we have about.
Yeah. So I mean, if it doesn't like perturb you, a lot of people get sort of too wound up in that being too like high octane, because you're very, very highly exposed in real time. Yes or no, trade's going to happen or it's going to blow out, that kind of stuff. And I mean, the other thing with 50 trades, like, it depends. You can definitely find 50 trades if you're really that good, that skilled, but often you're not going to find a full 50 quality trades unless you're running some kind of programmatic type element that is giving you that insight. So yeah, it's hard because I don't want to say completely no, because that stuff can work, but sort of need more information a little bit. Also, yeah, what is this deep charts thing?
Deep Chart is a new order flow software from Fabio. Fabio is number one scalper in the world, based on the competitions from the past years, and he's been working with his partner for the past months, years actually, on Deep Chart. So they just released it in October. It's a new software.
Okay. I have not heard of this at all.
It's an order flow and for the futures mainly.
Okay, so it's like I don't know, I just looked it up. You gotta like save your spot. So it's not quite released yet or something. Is that right?
For the like who was applying earlier, yeah.
Yeah, true.
I think officially it's going to be in the beginning of November. It was from December, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. Wait. I'm not sure when it's going to be released for the public, to be honest.
Oh, okay. So 3 lost from. So you weren't saying 2/3. You were saying 2 to 3 trades out of 50. Well, I mean, yeah, on 30-second chart. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're getting, what's that? That's like you got beyond 90% win rate. That's pretty good. That's like 95%. So, I mean, look, if you got 95% win rate, you're punching out those trades, 10-point stop, whatever, then yeah, sure, go for it. I mean, the stats will tell you, quite frankly. That's basically exactly what I was looking for. So yeah, if those are your actual stats, then yeah, brilliant. But of course that works. It's great.
Also, regarding these things, I'm just going to come back to this quickly, what you were talking about earlier. It's like you said, I think, first of all, the sample of 50 trades, is it like a sample of 50 trades that you have, or is it like a longer period of time, right? So is it a good strategy or not can be evaluated only by the longer period of time. It's at least 3 months sample, maybe 6 months of a sample. I think also the more trades, and I know this, the more trades that you take per day, the more difficult it is to make a quality decision. You need to be able to train your mind for this, because of course with the decision-making process, to get your mind stay sharp during the whole time that you trade up for like 50 trades per day or more, it's quite difficult, and you need to train your mind to be able to do that, right? Because you need to be able to make quick decisions continuously, and the quality decisions, if you are trading with such a pace. So you need to be able to test it for a longer period of time. First of all, if it's a good strategy and it's profitable for a longer period of time, and secondly, if it's sustainable for your mind, to be able to take 50 trades per day, scalping short term like this, continuing to make high quality decisions as well. Because we do get tired. I believe personally that every human being has the certain amount of responsible decisions per day that we can make, like more or less, right? Of course, because it requires a lot of energy, it requires a lot of focus, it requires a lot of thinking process. And then if you take lots of decisions, like regarding, for example, your trades, okay, you're going to take 10 good trades, 15 good trades, but then naturally the quality of your decisions might decrease. So first of all, I would say check if it's sustainable, because it also depends on the capacity of, mental capacity. And there is nothing wrong with it. It's just about the personality of a trader again. For me personally, I cannot do this. I tried and I can't. Like for me, 50 trades per day is unsustainable. Even like 15 trades per day is unsustainable for me for a longer period of time. I would start with this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, you get that mental fatigue, decision fatigue. You're seeing so many other things. You saw something else before. It starts to conflict with your now idea versus the other 6 ideas. If you're the type of person that's good at like compartmentalizing, tossing away the previous idea, jumping into something new with no discrepancy, then yeah, great. 50 trades in 8 hours. I mean, fair enough, right?
It doesn't
What you got,
change.
like six and a bit trades an hour. It's sort of one every 10 minutes if you divide it just evenly.
It's
Yeah,
still a
I
lot.
mean, yeah, it's still a lot. It's still a lot. The main question: can you do that every single day? Yeah, like Anastasiia was saying, every single day, 8 hours a day, the next month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years. Every day. At that point, normally, if you've got that, I would start to take that. You do it manually like that yourself for a period, and then try to see if you can automate something like that. Because typically, if you're in and out that quick, normally you should be able to, and you've got that much data because you're so active. You should actually be able to piece that together and put it into some kind of algorithmic set.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Um,
LJ, I'm gonna leave you for just 2 minutes. I'm gonna grab another coffee. I'm gonna
yeah,
get
that's
back.
right. Yeah, no, that's all good. That's all good.
Need some more caffeine.
Perfect. No problem. Uh, what else do we have here? Just checking headlines. If there's anything else going on? Not just yet. So, pure anxiety, 50 trades. Yeah. Um, yeah, 90% of trades, it's not quite 90%, but algorithmic trading makes up, what, 70 odd or something of stocks right now. It's also, it's a slight misnomer as well, because this is not like, it's not always like directional positional trading. A lot of this is like facilitating orders, etc. In currency markets, though, far, far less is automated directly. Algos obviously have a much harder time trading FX markets. There's a lot more components. It's not just one direction. Like you got a stock. Stock either goes +1, -1, in like a binary outfit. Like it does. Stock is worth more or less, worth less. Currencies, you have the pairing, and then either of them can have that +1, -1 on either side. So now you've got a very different matrix of decision making. Yeah, if there's anything you guys want me to take a look at, do let me know. So currently we've still got euro dollar up just here, sitting on the 4 hour. I'm still waiting for this to just fully break down. Right now it's still very sluggish, holding lower. So hopefully we still see this come off shortly enough. So that's where my trade was in. So we just came back up to near flat on that. We're pulling back down again. So still holding that. Unbiased Trader was saying before, I took scalping as a joke, and now my BT. What's a BT? And last 5 days live is crazy. Only taking 2 to 6 days only, but thank you, whoever. over triggered me to look into this on the 5ers. I wish I remembered who it was. Yeah, what's BT? Backtesting. Ah, right, of course. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I see. Yeah. That's good. I mean, that's good. That's what you want. So yeah, scalping's great. Intraday stuff is great. Swing trading is great. These are the it's sort of your triple hallmark of trading. I don't know, pockets that everyone fits into one, depending on your personality, your amount of time you have to be on the market, where you live in the world as well. Often matters. Like, if if you're over here where I am in Australia, often a lot of people won't trade stuff like New York or only very early London. They'll trade like Asia. You're going to have different strategy or approaches that typically tend to fit different trading sessions a bit better as well. Henry's saying, look at Pepe, 11th of October. Okay, we'll check that out. Oh my god, hang on. Is this just like crated? Oh, hang on, just so you know. Oh, it's a pound dumping some more. Okay, that's fine. 11th of October, sorry. I'm looking at November. God, dude. What was this about? I've not checked any of the meme coin stuff in ages, but dear lord. Dude, that's annihilated. I mean, surely this is like there wasn't true trading through here. This was like, miscalculated stuff or something through the exchanges, but like far out. God damn, dude. How would one combine fundamental and technical analysis? So that's a good question for sure. So we'll run over that. I'll just jump back to Euro dollar and some of the other guys, just so we can have that up. Because that's our main watch at the minute. Euro dollar here. Pound dollar just took that next dump lower. So we're now approaching the base of this trading range that we were talking about just earlier, like 45 minutes ago or something. Dollar yen, quick run through. Also just punching to more highs. No stopping this train right now. So pretty much euro dollar waiting for this further drop through here. So hopefully we can see that. But yeah, how would you combine fundamental and technical analysis? So technicals are going to be great for positioning. You can see the market structure. This is basically a conduction of a graphical representation of participants in the market, both on the buy, sell side. Some are buying because they're actually buying. Some are buying because they're getting out of a prior sell, right? So you got new entrants and old entrants leaving the market. The fundamental picture, what you want to do with that is you're basically trying to nowcast the economy with real-time data as it comes out, and then try and look at the trending pieces of that and where that data is going to next. Combine that with some of the central banking comments, stuff like the political atmosphere and government, because we're now in an age of like fiscal dominance type effects across the world. Fiscal dominance basically just means that governments are becoming more and more involved in the economy once again. Basically, with spending, just like when we had through just after COVID, Joe Biden, for instance, in the US, dropped a huge amount of federal spending, which we had that at the same time as the inflation stuff and QE going on. All of those combined together helped to push up inflation. So what you're trying to do is take all those pieces as far as the forward projections, try and get a relative idea. Are we, is the economy getting better? Is it stagnating, stalling out? Are we in a Goldilocks period, or is it getting worse? Then you line things up with the technical picture. Is the market agreeing with that assumption, that analysis that you've put together? If you see in the current market structure, so from the technicals, that it is agreeing or disagreeing, you now have to ask yourself the question, is the market wrong or am I wrong? Right? And wrong meaning both wrong altogether as far as the thesis, but also wrong as far as the timing. As we all know, like the classic Michael Burry thing back from GFC, The Big Short, right? He was right, but he was way too early. And quite often in markets, being too early is as good as being wrong altogether, because you can't stay liquid, you can't stay in the trade, you can't undertake that, the costs associated, the water rising against you, waiting for the right time that you'll actually be correct. So use the fundamentals and macro picture to build a framework for the economy, say, and you take each of the major economies like the US, the UK, Europe, Australia, China, whatever, figure out where their trajectory is, whether they're improving as an economy, getting worse as an economy, then take it to the technical structure and play them off each other, right? And based on that, you'll be able to see whether the technical picture is showing something is oversold or overbought. So yeah, that's the basic thing. So technical is always good for entries and exits, and the fundamental and macro picture is good at looking at the trajectory of the future potential price action of the technicals. MGN saying earlier, even though London lines up nicely with us here, I've moved over to trading mostly during the Tokyo session as I find that to suit me better. Yeah, exactly. I used to trade Tokyo and the Aussie session as well when Sydney opens quite regularly, but I've since moved to trading London and New York. So the way, I guess, how I trade, it used to suit it better. Now it doesn't suit it as well these days. So I've actually shifted the other way, even though it would make more sense for me to trade earlier in the day. So then I'd actually be awake at typical times like a normal human being. So let me just check some of these trades. That's all good. Okay, cool. Scrolling through chat, guys. And just saying, nowadays I find EU and GU doesn't really correlate as they used to. Yeah, they haven't for a while now. Part of that is due to the one, the government shutdown, as that rolled in, and then two, we've got a huge idiosyncratic portion for the pound being the budget stuff and the problem with their debt profile and the amount of concessions and welfare that they're giving out, which is now dwarfing the tax base in the UK. And they don't have a proper off-ramp to fix that and go back to where they need to be without sort of cratering productivity, right? Because you're going to have to raise taxes and that kind of thing. Once you start doing that, they're already quite high to begin with. You're going to start scaring away a lot of economic activity. A lot of people domiciled there are going to go overseas and operate somewhere else. So they're in a very hard place. So we've had idiosyncratic pulls of that as far as the pound side. Euro dollar, the ECB hasn't really done much for some time as well. Hasn't been any real news. They've kind of finished dropping rates. Potentially they could do one more if they had to. But yeah, so the typical one for one, hand in hand, as the correlations have definitely broken down this past while. Welcome back, Anastasiia, by the way.
Thank you. I was
You got
listening.
your coffee?
Yes. Amazing.
Well, I'm on the monsters, so caffeine all around.
Yeah, I know. I started to drink way too many of them.
Yeah.
But it's good. Also getting colder, and every time it's getting colder, I'd start drinking more and more coffee. I catch myself like needing more caffeine.
Yeah, that's a good point. Coffee is definitely better in the winter. That or else, I mean, iced coffee over here is nice in the summer. So,
It's always nice.
New York sessions are easiest to make money on indices. Yeah, that's generally the case. I mean, follow through during Asia in aftermarket hours sometimes is quite good as well. But yeah, of course, you're going to get all the inflows, for indices during New York, and they're kind of the backbone economy of the world. Even once you go to the next trading day, often indices of other developed nations tend to follow the direction from the previous day of US indices. So, Infinity saying, can we do AI bot trading on 5ers account? Yes, you can run a bot, so an algo to trade for you on the accounts. Basically what you'll need though has to be your own data, your own script, right? So you have to have developed the bot, have full ownership and control over the bot, know how it works, and because potentially if you get asked about this, they will ask to see that you've actually developed and you understand and manage the bot and update it and look after it, right? If you've copied a bot from someone else or another algo or something like that, that will not be taken well. That will be frowned upon, and they will say no can do, and you can potentially get yourself banned.
But
So
it's the same as a copy trading from like different accounts from like someone else, for example, or group trading. It's pretty much similar thing, right? Because if you get the algo from somewhere else, it's gonna take similar trade, so it's counted as a copy trading or bot trading, group
yeah.
trading, which makes sense.
Yeah, and also like if you have no idea what the bot is doing, how it works, like if something goes wrong, you can't fix it, and then that's not good
Yeah, yeah,
for
of
the
course.
firm either. So yes, caffeine does equal brain power, 100%. My entire blood supply is just caffeine. So
It's just caffeine. It's
yeah,
no red blood cells. It's just caffeine instead.
yeah, 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 absolutely. Um, this euro dollar trade is getting kind of annoying. We're not quite cracking down, which I don't
Yeah,
like.
it is. It is. It's just hanging.
Um, yeah, because we did have the pound drop out. Um, euro to dollar is still being a bit sticky. So um, what about? Oh,
I think I'm gonna hold it in as long as we are below 15,776. Like
yeah,
15,
I'm happy to still hold.
780 maybe.
Sorry, just one second. I'm just checking something. Yeah. So the other portion, euro pound often influences euro dollar pound dollar when dollar itself is not doing heaps. So yeah, I mean that's going to be keeping euro up a touch as well.
Yeah.
Zen, you live in California and prefer London to trade. Yeah, I think London tends to be most people's favorite trading session. I find across the board. Some people like New York selectively, or like the beginning of New York, but then often find it a bit rowdy and a bit strange at times. And often, obviously, as well, you get all the high impact data coming through there, which is disruptive. The way price interacts with Asia highs and lows, the London Open, just easy formula for players. Yeah, definitely, because Asia has a little bit less overall volume, liquidity, that kind of stuff these days, but definitely sets up a nice like pre-range going into the Open. Gives you some levels to work off.
Yeah, and it's less volatile. It's usually more structured. But it depends on what you trade, because U.S. stock index futures, like indices, are basically barely moving usually during London as well. So the majority of those are still going to happen only during the New York. So if you want to trade S&P or NASDAQ, you're gonna wait for New York mostly.
Yeah.
There is an interesting question for you, and you are the pro to answer that. How does Switzerland keep the interest rate so low in tandem with low inflation?
They keep interest rates low because everyone keeps buying their currency. And they're trying to get everyone to go away, and it won't work. So obviously, if your currency is going up, you're going to have low inflation because your currency is stronger and stronger and stronger. Therefore, it's now cheaper for you to buy outside assets, or goods and services is what I was trying to think of. So yeah, and is it because of their sustainable output in GDP? Yeah, basically, the Swiss have a very high current account balance, right? So with the central bank basically figured out a while ago that they're too small to really matter to the global sphere of things. So back over a decade ago, they started buying up like outside assets. So at one point, for instance, they were the largest stockholder of Facebook. Back before it turned to Meta in the world, right? So they were buying all sorts of like random assets across the board, basically building up a bit of a sovereign wealth fund type thing within the central bank, and then hence they've got a very, very healthy current account balance of various currencies as well. So they bought into all of that stuff, a bunch of tech. It's all risen. The country is very, very, very well cashed up. So people want to put their money in a place where it's reliable. They know that nothing's going to go wrong with the country. And so there you go. Simple as that. It's a reliable place to have your money. Trouble with that is it does cause some problems, because then the currency keeps going up and up and up. And then that does have other distortions. And they've tried to raise rates, basically on the floor. So drop rates. But no one's having it. They still want to park their money where it's safe. So yeah, simple as that. But yeah. Dollar yen, I will say, does potentially seem like it's petering out here a bit. Which seems to be what's now adding to the slight move up on the euro. Not going far, but it's just killing the drop.
Yeah.
Let's look at the Dixie. Yeah, I mean, Dixie's definitely come up to a bit of a interim topping zone, I will say. Trying to think if I want to hold this or scrap it here.
Thinking about getting out on break even?
Thinking about it, I don't know. I just don't like. I mean, we've already pulled back quite a bit.
Yeah.
Say on the Dixie here, so it might. At this point, I might as well probably hold it. But I was looking for that next high point here, about 99.85. So at this stage, we're not far from the interim high earlier.
Yeah, I'm thinking
You
about.
pull back, tap into there, and then continue up. Gold's not doing much. I mean, euro dollar's basically out my entry, so yeah. No, I'm gonna stick. Yeah, no worries, man. They just have a lot of money. They're very well cashed up, so they're safe and trustworthy, and safe with the whole. I mean, everyone knows about the whole Swiss bank account type thing. Just their banking sector and laws, regulation, all that kind of jazz. So, yeah, okay. One other thing I will ask from you guys, because we got 260 of you guys here. How many likes do we have? We got 113. Can we get 150? 150 at least in the next 10 minutes. 150. We need another 37. 37 from you guys. 37 likes. Come on, pump it up. Pump up
Guys,
the jam.
you can definitely do this.
Got this.
Yeah, I don't really like USD anymore, to be honest with you.
Don't really like it?
No.
Yeah. So I'm starting to think. I think with where I got in, I'm just going to hold it for now. And just let it play out. Yeah, we didn't really capitulate through here, which I would have liked to see. What other data? There's housing data today. There was nothing else, was there? As far as delayed releases? I don't know.
Don't think we're gonna get anything. We're gonna get meeting minutes and then the housing data.
Yeah, and then it's just everything else tomorrow. Hey, there's nothing else today. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stick in it. There we go. Can you win giveaway? Possibly. I believe there might be some announcements for you guys a little later on. I think whenever Jonatan turns up. So there you go. Gold. We can take another look at gold. We're still around that local high type area.
To push higher. I don't believe that we're gonna continue. I think we're gonna still get a pullback, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Waiting for confirmation of that.
Yeah, I agree. So we're both basically looking for this area here to be a bit of a local high near term, see some kind of reversal down into better value, either within this cluster I'm looking at myself. So between 4,080, 4,090 before you consider longing again. So the other way, obviously, you could take a short from here, stops up a bit higher between the near-term highs, and then look for a downdraft from here. So that's the two ways to play it right now.
I'm honestly thinking about this. I'm waiting for confirmation.
You want to show us?
No, I'm thinking about the short. I'm waiting for confirmation, but there is nothing on
Oh,
trade.
so you're thinking about what I was lining
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there is nothing on trading view that I'm looking at. There is absolutely no confirmation that I'm looking for on trading view. So whatever you can see on my chart, there is literally nothing happening.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the order flow combination that I take into account when I make a decision, and it's absolutely not here. But pretty much, I want to see the price. Let's see, closing. Even if we close below 41.14, I think I'm gonna be thinking about the short already, actually. Or if we go a little bit higher, normally I would want to see it a little bit higher and then starting to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like a bit of a slight
Yeah, I want to
further
see a
lower.
couple of
Yeah.
dollars higher, I think, personally.
41.30
Well,
roughly.
I would say 41.20 for me, I think is going to be enough. But depending if it's going to start pulling back or not, I'm not going to just place my sell limit, and take a sell. I'm going to wait until the price actually gives a confirmation first.
Mm.
So, which I don't have yet for the current moment.
Yeah. Young Cheese, yes, 90k, we did. Thank you, brother. We got it. We got there. The big 9-0. Dollar yen. Can check dollar yen real quick. Jump over. So dollar yen, we were highlighting before. Right now, is just on an absolute tear. So same deal as I think this is what I mapped out yesterday. So we've now taken that run further. These were just my rough, scrappy levels up through here. This is meant to be 156. It's kind of a bit wonky, but 156. Then you got 156.50 and then 157. So just 50-point blocks through there. Currently looking at right now. I mean, this is a bit of a one-way train. Whenever you get this large of a drive higher, yen pair, it's not uncommon to see pretty aggressive pullback, only for us to pause and then run back higher again, right? So I would still be looking for longs on dollar yen overall. If we go out to the larger structure, hide everything else, all the drawings. I might have to go to daily actually. We're starting to come up and approach those previous highs from back in January, so start of the year, just before Trump sort of fully started unloading his plans for whatever it is he's doing. But yeah, so basically somewhere up between this 157 and 158, I would expect us to slow down, finally hit a bit of a wall, and then get some kind of a turnaround. The other portions are that we've got stuff like the minutes coming out tonight. We've got non-farm payrolls tomorrow, and there's other, we've got Nvidia earnings coming through tonight as well. So you could either end up stalling out here if we get some of those bad headlines coming through that reverses dollar yen. Some of that safe haven stuff comes back into play. That was standing. If we don't see that, I think about the 158 level will probably cap us. But between now and then, it's full steam ahead. So I wouldn't be trying to jump in front of the train right now. So I'll be looking for longs on any of the kind of pullbacks into like a 10 or 8 moving average on like a 15 or 5 minute until we actually find some topping point.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was a question, so from Ranhouse. So what is different now as I'm looking? There is nothing different actually. It's still looking exactly the same thing for gold. The difference is that we reached one of the levels where I was expecting the price to pull back from. So the level is essentially literally where we hiked. So this is 41,819 level that I was expecting. The price is now getting a pullback from here. I'm expecting some kind of pullback first and then pick up the longs and then continue until the same levels that we discussed in the beginning of the stream. So 41.30, 41.50 and 41.90 to 4200. So there is nothing different except for the fact that I'm expecting some pullback first and then the continuation to the upside. So I closed my longs because of the pullback and because silver at the same time also reached for me the level that I was expecting to get the rejection from. And they are correlated. I used the one to determine the targets and the entry point timing for another and the other way around. So as silver now getting a pullback from the zone that we discussed with an LJ in the beginning of the stream, then also I'm expecting the same with gold. So there is nothing different, to be honest with you, since the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
But I closed my longs on gold fully here before.
Yeah, so it's just a near-term local high
Yeah.
within the intraday back and forth that you always get. So
And just securing the profits that I have already. So someone was asking also about, I was highlighting these comments regarding the 5-second chart. 15 seconds chart? Of 15? 5 seconds. Have anyone tried 5-second charts? I've actually tried 15 and 30 seconds charts, but it depends what do you need it for. Like when I use, for example, the heat map, for the depths of market and for the liquidity, the reading, then of course you're gonna use like 15 or 30 second charts. 5 I didn't try yet. I don't really think I need it ever, to be honest with you. Regarding the scalping on 5 seconds or 15 seconds with anything, just especially CFDs and Forex, if your target is going to be too small and your stop is going to be too small based on the time frame that you're using, you might just get completely swallowed by the fees that you're going to be paying for every single order that you're going to be taking. So if you scalp like so often and such a lower time frame, make sure that it's still sustainable and it makes sense. So it depends, again, I think it depends what you need it for. 15 and 30 for the reading of liquidity and for confirmation of the timing is the way that I was using it. And I use it sometimes, but for the entering trades and looking for confirmations on 5 seconds, not sure. Need to...
Yeah, look, 5 seconds, you're basically just trading noise at that point.
Yeah.
So like you can do that with like an algo, like a bot, because you can get data being fed into it to actually make decisions. But I mean, as a person, like, yeah, you're just trading noise. So I don't know. You'd have to see how that works over longer period. Quiet, Will. You're distracting. Will's in the background, guys. You guys are wearing hats now. I can see Rich is wearing. Oh, nice. Okay, I see it. I like it. Well done. You're trying to outshine my badge. You guys will see in a sec. You don't know what I'm talking about now, but you'll see. Do you have any final thoughts or comments on anything, Anastasiia?
No, that's it, I think, from my side. I'm still waiting for short confirmation on gold, maybe. And EUR I'm still holding, but that's the only trade that I'm currently in. I'm still holding the short on EUR. But as long as we are at least staying below the daily point of control below this high volume node, if we break through this, I think I'm going to close my short.
Yeah. I agree.
But that's my trade for right now that I'm holding, and the second trade for today. So it was long on gold, now short on euro, and then eventually getting closer to New York, I'm gonna reanalyze again for the context. I don't think I'm gonna get into any other trades until the New York begins.
Yeah, for sure. Because Brendan was saying just before, euro dollar not giving clear signs. I agree. It's a bit annoying now, to be honest, but
Yep.
equally going to keep holding it. So, All right. Come in, guys. Singing in
We're
the
basically
background.
just standing at the door,
Justin Bieber over here.
Do you remember, like, back in the day when you were in school, like, you'd have like maybe a quiet period or something, and your mate would be in a class. You just go up to the door, you'd see him through the window, and you just stand there annoying him. I just felt like that's what we were doing. We were just standing in the window, just distracting and irritating LJ and Anastasiia. So,
You always
sorry,
do it from
guys.
the angle so you're just behind like the teacher, so the teacher
Yeah,
can't tell. And you're just there, like,
exactly.
you know?
Yeah,
Faces
the
as we
teacher
like,
can't see you, but like everyone else can. You're just there pulling faces and winding them up,
yeah.
sending them text messages and annoying them.
Wasn't really annoying. I found the song funny. You wanna repeat it for the audience?
Yeah, come on, Will.
Yeah, start singing
I
again.
was
Come on.
basically, we were saying, because you gotta have faith, faith, faith. Oh, gotta have faith, baby.
You guys
Like,
forgot that Will doesn't have a shameful bone in his body.
I was gonna say, you can't embarrass me. Yeah, I openly messaged Richard yesterday saying that I was gonna crap my pants on stream. You know, like I have no filter.
And then that popped up on stream, and somebody went and clipped it and sent it to us saying, "Look what we saw on the stream." I was like, "Oh
It was
no!"
so funny, man. I was
Oh,
like, oh my
God.
god. I was like, I forgot that because I messaged Rich while sitting on the toilet on Discord. And then it popped up on stream because I messaged him on Discord. I was like, oh my god, I forgot he's got his notifications on. Oh, it's so funny, man.
I had to fight to contain my composure and not break down. And I'm sure Samir was looking at me like, what's going on with this guy? He's like laughing. Nothing that I said was funny. And it was like, no, I'm laughing because Will.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
Oh, dear
good.
Lord.
It was a good effort, Anastasiia, but you're not gonna get me to embarrass myself. I have no filter. I have no shame.
I will need to come up with something else for next stream then.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get more creative than that.
Yeah.
Dude, like I've come on stream in a dress before, like a full-on woman's dress. Like you got to really pull some stops out the hat to try and get me to blush.
we still haven't gotten him to put on makeup though. But
No,
we've
yeah,
both
okay,
done
no,
the
we haven't gone that far.
Oh, yeah.
See, the missus
yet,
is just
not
there
yet.
putting makeup on. Like her,
Bit of blush.
she just,
and-
yeah, she'd just have a go. She'd be like,
Winged
"You're not
eyeliner.
using my makeup." I got her makeup in my room, but it's like she's just gonna say to me, "It's too expensive, not using my makeup." Or she'd then just get me to buy her an entire new set of makeup. So the risk to reward on how much it would cost to how funny it would be is just, is way too expensive. The cost for production for that laugh would just not be worth it.
You got the
We should
boy
have
back.
dressed up for the holiday stream, man. Like the Halloween one.
Say again.
We should have dressed up for the Halloween stream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. We should have. Have we really thought about
Missed
it?
opportunity.
I mean, I dressed up. I was dressed up as a profitable trader.
Dressed up as Will.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Will, you're so smart, my friend. So smart.
Hey guys, I got to bounce. Jump down to the supermarket. So
Me too.
peace out.
Nice.
See you guys. Congrats on 90K. And wait, did we make the 150? We better have.
Yeah, you got to 150. Yeah, you got to 150.
Yes. Well done. Champions. Love you all.
Hey, no
Alright,
way.
guys.
That's dude. I need like a 90K thing now.
What happens when you have an artsy
Oh
life?
my god.
See you guys tomorrow, yeah?
Cheers, LJ.
So
Goodbye,
good.
Anastasia. Have a good day, you guys.
You too.
Like, bear with, guys. I'm gonna get real creative on you over here.
What, right in front of everybody? I mean, I have a very creative wife, so she literally just quickly whipped this up, so good. How have you been, mate? Since this morning? What, can you not do two things at the same time?
Oh, you can't see it. I'm gonna have to draw it thicker. I'm good, man. How are you?
That's why it's thicker, mate. That's why this was cut out of, like, nice dark paper. should have bedazzled it a little bit more. Put some glitter or something on it. But
Come on, man.
time was against us.
Make an effort. Jeez. Also, guys, that's absolutely mega. 90k subscribers is absolutely huge. So huge congratulations to the 5ers on that one, and a massive thank you. But the most important thing is we got 150 likes. Today, I reckon, is the day we get 300. We've had 250. Can we get another 150 likes by 1 p.m. UK time? So absolutely smash that like button, guys. And let's see what we can do. Let's get 300 likes. So let's get an extra 150 likes on this channel, on this video, and smash the subscribe button. There is going to be some seriously cool stuff coming through now that we've hit 90k. So that's absolutely awesome. So a massive thank you to you guys.
Yeah, no, cannot thank you guys enough for it. Not going to spoil anything, but very, very soon there's going to be some incredible streams. So yeah, we'll just need to wait for Jonatan to rock up to kind of, I don't know, spill the beans. So can't wait for that. In the meantime, while Will is, I don't know, like bringing out his creative juices on stream, this is the stream account, by the way, guys. This one that's up here, it's a 5k high stakes account with the 5ers. I got this account about 2 weeks ago just slightly more than 2 weeks ago on the 2nd of November with the intention of trading it purely on stream. I cannot take a single trade off of stream. It's all on stream with the intention of having you guys along with the journey for this specific account. I don't really care too much for the account in the sense of that I need to make profits with it. It's purely for the sake of just doing it live with you guys. That's what you Will and myself
showing how sick
going to be known for. Yeah, we're going to be known for as the live traders. And anyway, so I started this account off with a singular trade on EU on the 12th, where I hit a 0.35-ish% winner. Yesterday, I tried to take a NAS sell, was a little bit late on the trade. It wasn't exactly as I was supposed to enter it, but didn't go my way. Took a full stop on that one, which is fine. It would have been a full stop regardless, so it is what it is. And then this morning during the Apex Brotherhood live stream, I took a GU sell, but I did close it early. This was the trade this morning. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's over here. Let me get this. So I was supposed to be in on the close of this candle, but I waited a bit too long. But I entered regardless. I had a stop loss just slightly up over here. Maybe I can place the lines in where it was. So my entry was 131.270, which is right
I think
there.
this would have actually been quicker to print something out.
My stop loss was at 131.320, which was right there. And then my take profit was supposed to be at 131.66. 166. It's just above where we are now. So right there. So I'm going to just change the colors and the thickness of these so that you can see them a little bit more clearly. And then we'll make them, what is this? Okay, so that is the stop loss. This is where the take profit would have been. The entry, my apologies. Actually, I'm going to make it a little bit thicker. Let's do this. Yeah. That's
90k subs. Bosh. There we go. Can you do me a favor, Rich, and like acknowledge my creativity, please?
Beautiful work, my friend. Beautiful work. You're such a talented young man. So talented.
Well, I know this. I know I'm a talented young man. I just wanted to appraisal on my creativity.
Yeah, I will give you all of the praise in the world, mate.
Yeah, look
gonna
at
make
this
this
thing,
one-
guys. No one's as creative as this. Like, your wife's got nothing on me. Screw your cool printed out hat. I got pen and paper.
What are you talking about printed out hat? The hat itself is just a normal hat. And, oh, by the way, this is the new 5ers apparel. This is going to be the 90k apparel.
Dude. Oh, how sick would that be, Jonatan? Can we get some like nine? No, maybe we'll do it at 100k. I reckon we can do it at 100k. We'll have 100k merch, 5ers 100k subs merch. I think that would be awesome. Or is that just me? Anyway,
I think it would be pretty cool.
straight to the charts. Let's have a look.
So, as I was saying, this is where the entry was. This is where I had my take profit, and then this is where my stop loss was at that time. However, a little bit scarier. So the idea was we were slowly trudging down on GU when we came to the end of Will and myself's stream, and it pushed up a little bit and then it just failed. If I just open up TradingView, you can see the reasoning. I don't generally use MetaTrader for drawing. It's lanky and it just takes time. It's much quicker to draw it up on TradingView. We had this 5-minute base, price pushed away from it, making lower lows in relation to the previous lows here, in relation to this low, and then a higher low in relation to the previous high. And this was a news event for CPI this morning, which was a little bit negative, and when we had the opportunity to attempt to push higher, we failed and it started pushing lower. Anyway, so we got into a 5-minute base. This was the last time that the bulls really attempted to try and push the price higher. Marked it out, price came back into it, and then made this very nice I don't want to go higher candle, basically. Nice long wick underneath it, small wick above it, and then we started pushing lower. So as we started pushing lower, I would have wanted to be in quite a bit higher if it's on the 5-minute. Somewhere over here would have been great for an entry, but I got it a little bit late. And anyway, as we reached this bottom, wait, let me draw this out like this. When we reached this candle low over here on the body, I started to feel, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to really carry on going lower, because we had this indecision candle over here. This sideways, I don't really know where I want to go, which way. So I just decided, okay, the moment we get to this bottom portion over here, I'm just going to close it out. However, had I stayed in, it would have reached my full TP. And that's it. That is the trade.
Super nice, man. How come you try? I can't believe you closed that so early. It was such a nice trade.
This is the second time now, and I'm going to be very transparent about this. This is the second time that I have entered a trade on this account and not let it run to take profit. So my very first trade was a EU trade, which was over here. Same idea. I also closed this one early when we started having the little bit of a retracement here. So as it started pulling a little bit back, I decided to close it. But once again, had I just left it, it would eventually have reached my take profit as I normally do. Normally, I would enter a trade, put my stop loss on my take profit, and then I leave it. I carry on with something else. But for some other odd reason, I decided to close it early. The first time with my secondary trade of yesterday, the second trade on the account, which was a NASDAQ trade, was this one over here. I got in way too late than when I actually wanted to get in. My initial area where I wanted to get in was over here. But it would not have mattered because it would not have mattered because eventually it would have hit stop loss regardless. So not too worried about this one. Left this one to go to stop loss. But the GU trade again this morning, like I said, this one I closed early. So I am not really a discretionary trader. I know how to make a decision to exit a trade, but my back-tested results is based on a static take profit and a static take profit and a static stop loss. So I am up. The account is now, oopsie, that is the wrong one. It's this one. The account is currently $13.24 up, so that is 0.26. So I'm about 0.25% up on this account, which is fine because it gives me 1/4 extra trades for me to lose.
Yeah, nice. Dude, I love that. That's an awesome breakdown. I've got something very similar, so I'd love to show you guys what has happened to me. Something very similar, but on gold, and I'll show you why, and I'll give you the exact reason why I've done what I've done. Super frustrated with my gold trade this morning. You know, I banked profit. I did take money away from it, which is good, but I'm gutted, man. I'm gutted I did what I did. But there's a reason for it. You know, I gave myself a bit of a slap on the wrist. You know, I called myself a bad boy. I just gave myself the massive ick.
You're such a bad boy, Will.
Oh man, I was gonna call myself a naughty boy, but then the innuendos were just coming out, so I called myself a bad boy and just gave myself the ick. Anyway, I told myself off, basically. Told myself off for doing what I did. Oh man. But I'll show you. We'll jump into it. First, let's have a quick catch up with the chat. Let's say hello to everyone, and then we'll jump into what I did this morning on gold. Oh man. Unbiased trader. Hello, William and Richard. Wagwan G. What's good, my man? How are you doing, Unbiased? That's the second nick today. What's good, Unbiased trader? Welcome. Thank you very much, Manny. Hello, guys. Welcome. Funny Richard. Happy to see you. Yes, he is.
Pleasure, mate.
We got Fun Richard and we've got Psychology Richard. Welcome, Richard and Will, to the stream. Great to have you both here. Diolch yn fawr, Remy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Friend, is there any way to look into the market depth Forex pairs? Give us some context, man. In which way? There's different ways we can look into the depths of the market. You do have depth of market, and then you have other areas that you have heat map and stuff like that. So give us a little bit of context. But yeah, there's a few ways you can do some stuff like that. The 5ers should do a get-together for the 10th anniversary in Dubai. Will be good to meet you all in person. Dude, that's next year, the 10th anniversary, I believe.
2026?
Yeah, 2026.
For the 5ers.
Established 2016. So 2026 would be 10-year anniversary. Dude, that'd be sick. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, that would be awesome to do a bit of a big get-together. For all the
Finally,
guys.
Will gets to go to a warm country.
Hey, I'm off to Dubai in April. I'm speaking in Dubai at an event. And I'm off to Hong Kong. That's a hot country.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at me. I'm a cool dude.
Going there not for business.
Going in for pleasure. Well, I mean, Dubai is... I'm going to Dubai for business. I'm speaking. But, I mean, I'm going to Hong Kong for pleasure. That's going to be fun. NAS reacting from the 50% of the 12th supply, waiting for hourly shift to enter. Let's have a quick look at NAS. Have you got the NAS there?
I do. I don't have the 12th hour up, so I'll put the 12th hour up. Okay, so let me just hide this. Okay, so NAS is rejecting from 50% of the 12th hour supply, waiting for an hourly shift to enter. So this candle, I'm assuming, is the 12 hour 50%. So the easiest way to do that is just, there we go. Oh wait, the previous one. Oh yeah, sorry, this one, this candle. So from the bottom to the top. I don't know if this is the full move. If this is the full move, then potentially, yeah. This, you probably mean from this whole section over here. This whole drop down. So the 50% mark would be from there to there. Okay, let's go down to the hourly. So this is the full move from over here to down here. So from there to over there, and then your 50% reaction is 24,730. Otherwise, I'm not understanding where your support line is on the 12 hour. There is a bit of a reaction down here, but you would need the full movement. Because here you've already had the 50 reaction. If it's just on this candle, you've also already had the 50 reaction. So I'm not quite sure where exactly is your support line for the 12 hour. If it's this, we haven't even hit it yet. If it's the body, we've literally just wicked it, but then what is the full movement for you? So I don't know, give us a little bit more information there, mate. Not entirely sure what you mean by what is your 50% support area.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I have got something marked up on NAS for a potential like a potential sell area, so like up in that supply zone on the 15 minute. But anyway, let's keep catching up with Chatteroony, and then we shall I shall jump into the gold. On a far more important note, did anyone watch Scotland qualify for the World Cup last night? Congrats to Wales also. No, man, I didn't watch any games last night. But yeah, no, fair play. No, I didn't watch any games. The far more important note. I love that. Annie, hello, how you doing, Annie? Is that the 90k merch? Yes. 90k merchandise printed by Wifey.
But it's gonna have to be a much prettier color. It's gonna have to like really be the fibers color.
And it's gonna have like stuff like, you know, what do you call it, like party stuff, like I don't know, like words and English and that.
Words are hard, mate.
Yeah, I know, man, literally. DJ, yo, welcome to the highly esteemed Fivers hosts William D and Richard B. Hope you are doing well, no cap. Dude, I am doing really well.
No,
I'm all gravy, baby. I'm on my second cup of coffee and I'm nearly done on it, so give it about 10-15 minutes. I'm going to be bouncing off the walls. What's up, Will and Rich? Nothing much, Vinny. How you doing, mate? Good to see you in. The dark mode of your platform is not clear for us. Oh, I'm guessing that's your side, like your watch list, or?
No. It's the theme of this. So this is what generally people have on as their color theme, but it's very bright. For me, it's very bright.
That's very bright. I mean, the dark seems nicer. You only need to see the chart, really. Let's be honest.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't use this to analyze the market. I purely use this to enter the market. So I really don't care about what information I get to see here. It just needs to be comfortable for my eyes. That's all.
Yeah, no, literally, yeah. I'm the exact same.
This is looks a little bit.
Sarah Mama saying congrats. Mami saying bravo. Your son 90k. Ha 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 ha. Felicidades. I'm pretty sure that's congratulations. Felicidades. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Like I said, my brother's the Spaniard. I butcher it. Whatever he teaches me. Buenos dias. Buenos dias to you too, Mr. David. How are you doing? Kudos or kudos. Diolch, thank you very much. Come on, Will. Yes, mate. Let's go. Bring that energy up, man. I love it. Asking what we got. Anastasiia saying, what EMA are you using?
I have a multitude of EAs, to be dead honest with you. So generally there is a 200, which is the red one. This little orange-ish one is a 50, the green one is a 20, and the blue one is a 10. So it's an EMA, so it's an exponential one. But I don't generally have them all on. I would sometimes only have the 2. And then what I also have is I also have a 0 lag one, which technically has lag, but it kind of like gives you this little cloud with a EMA of an EMA. So, and then you can change, but I have these on every now and then. They're a little bit like the Kalman EMA levels that LJ uses. But in general, it's just this one, and then I have a MACD at the bottom, which I just purely use as a visual. I don't do any sort of like trade entries based on the the MACD. Just I use it as a visual confirmation for slowing of momentum, or like if momentum starts picking up, I want to see in which direction it is without having to really go and look and say, oh, okay, cool, we've made a higher high, a higher low. That's what I use it for. Nice.
Right, my computer's lagging for a second. Right, give me a second, my computer will hopefully stop lagging.
Me computer, mate, it is not doing what it needs to do.
Right, okay, have I got it? I think I've got it.
This is a 15, yeah.
Okay, I think I'm back. Okay, yeah, I'm back. It's all loaded now. I love Will. He is always fun. Oh, good man, Flo. I'm glad you love me, man. That's sick. I love you too. I love all of you for coming in and supporting. But I'm glad you think I'm fun. You know, that's the whole point in this. You know, trading is serious enough. Let's have a bit of banter. Let's look at the charts together and let's have a bit of fun. You know, it doesn't need to be so serious. Euro USD bias. I'm short EUGU at the moment. I wanted to enter, but it's just not giving me an entry criteria.
I got an entry. I got a trade on EU.
Yeah, you got some nice areas to trade, didn't you?
Yeah, I took
glitter. That's the word I was looking for. Some glitter on the hat. Yes. Glitter and sparkles, mate. Woohoo! Yeah. Woohoo! 90k. Yes! 90k subs, guys. Give us a fat like on the video for that. And if you haven't already, don't stop there. Let's get to 100k by the end of the year. We've got a month and 2 weeks to get 100,000 subscribers. Guys, we are so close. We are on track for the 100k. It is absolutely insane. So massive gratitude out to you guys. But let's not stop there. Keep smashing the thumbs up on this video. It does mean a massive amount to me and Rich when you like our little segment, when you click the like button on the video. But it means a huge amount for the growth of the 5ers if you do subscribe. So let's see if we can absolutely smash through 90k and get to 100. And let's see how quick we can get there.
Yeah, I mean, 90,000 subscribers, mate. That is not insignificant amount of people. That is crazy.
That's a lot of subscribers, like 90,000 people. That's insane. Hi guys, can you guys tell us about your journey, how far you've come in the 5ers, and what the scaling plan? Absolutely. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to break down what happened with gold this morning for me, and then I'll tell you a bit about my journey, a bit about my trading, and then what's happened with like me and the 5ers, and then I'm sure Rich will do the exact same. So let's jump onto. Oh no, sorry, man, I haven't shared my screen.
Yeah, please do that.
No.
I said please.
Screw you, man.
I
You didn't
said
say please. You didn't
Why
say it nice.
are you
Such an asshole.
Oh my god. Right. Let's go. So let's get the gold chart up. As you can see, bottom right hand corner under the Apex logo is the XAU USD. If you're ever confused on what chart that I am on, you can see in the bottom right hand corner that I am on gold. Corner. So this was this morning. We had this big. In fact, let's go up. Should we go up to the hourly? Yeah, let's go up to the hourly because I think that's what I started on. So we had this consolidation here. broke and closed with a really big, nice, bullish engulfing candle, and then dribbled on back. We were currently here when I was looking at the markets. So I wanted to see how the hourly was going to close, ideally. On the 15-minute, let's catch price up. There we go. So on the 15-minute, we came up to this level here. Nice break and close above the consolidation. Pulled back to this consolidation zone here. Wicked around. We really slowed up. I wanted to see a break and close above here before buying, if I'm honest. You know, we had the current low, or the previous low, and then we had the previous / current high. So this was the area that I was curious for. This is the area that I wanted to see a breakout from. If we were going to break and close lower, I thought no price. I didn't really want to sell it, so I was like, there's going to be no price for me, no trade. If we broke and closed above this high, I was like, yes, this is where it's at. This is the buy. However, jumping down onto the 5-minute time frame, and I thought, actually, we've got, you know, a lower high, a lower low, lower high, equal low. If we can put in a higher high, we may be able to see some buy-in potential coming in here. And then we did. We put in this this fantastic bullish candle move up, this 2-candle push up here, broke and closed above the high, broke and closed above the high, there we go. And then I wanted to see, you know, we had this imbalance here, which I spoke to you guys about yesterday, like the fair value gap sort of thing is an imbalance. We also had the fib fill at the 61. I ideally wanted to get in here, but I was actually analyzing one of these two pairs. I think I was either analyzing EU or GU at the time, so I missed this wick down. So, however, I did get in on the wick though. I got in under the break and close, under the break and retest, so I was quite happy about that. And then we did nothing. We wicked up into this area here, and I thought, oh, actually, we may just want to flatline now. If not, we may even want to drop. So we consolidated, and now I had a really important meeting coming up. And I thought, I got an important meeting coming up. I don't want to be in a trade because the trade's going to distract me. It was only a 1-to-1. I was risking $115 to get $150. So just over a 1-to-1 risk to reward. And I was like, and ahhing. I was like, I really don't know if I want to be in this. And as I was going into the meeting, we started spiking up. We equaled these highs, and I thought, screw it. It's either going to burst above these highs and it's going to hit a full TP, or this is the point that it's going to reject from and then start moving lower. I'm going into a meeting. I can't analyze the trade. I can't manage the trade. I'm going to be distracted in my meeting. I don't want to be distracted. So I just closed. So I did close for... So I'm $75 down for the month now. So I've made almost $300 back. But if we look for today, I'm $44.55 up. So paid just under $1 in commission. So $43.57 up for the day. Got out of the meeting, and what happened 2 minutes after I closed the trade? It just hit a full TP. Guys, I was fuming. Absolutely fuming. I was so angry with myself for closing it. But why did I close it? I just gave you all valid reasons why I closed it. However, I'm glad I did, because I would have been distracted during my meeting. And because it was literally going from my trading setup to a meeting all within my office, like if I was having to get up and go to another destination for this meeting, then I would have put it on my phone. Like I have my MetaTrader on my phone. I would have put my phone in my pocket, and I would have been able to go about my stuff. However, because I have such a big screen and I have 2 of them, I'm able to do lots of different things at once. I know for a fact I would have had like 60% attention on the meeting and 40% attention on the trading chart, and I probably would have even had the trading chart up. So that being said, I was a little bit disappointed that I closed. However, it was a good close, and I'm glad that I did it for my own sanity and for the sake of the meeting. But yeah, that's what happened with me in gold. You know, I would have hit a full TP. So in my journal, it is a full TP. However, I have made a note to myself that I didn't actually secure the full TP profits. You know, so realized TP, I closed early. but Ford tested it was a full TP. So super angry with myself about that, but I'm not going to come out here and say, guys, I'm an absolute G, I'm the best ever, I'm the world's fantastic trader, I hit a full TP, because I didn't. And I just want to be super open and honest with you guys on that. I did take out, however, my TP was technically would have been hit. So it is what it is. It sucks, but my transparency and my honesty is more important, and my integrity and respect is more important to me than bullshitting you guys and lying and saying that I could have hit a TP. I could have, but I didn't. So yeah, that's what happened to me on gold. Didn't
Good
get
analysis.
yeah, cheers, man. I didn't. Ooh, wrong one. Didn't get a GU order. I wanted to see it sell off, but I didn't see an area that I wanted to pull back on the 15. On the 5 again, I didn't. We had the break. We had the break in retail. We had the break out of here, but the way it broke out was just a bit pathetic, and the way it pulled back was a little bit too bullish. And then there's not really anywhere in here that I'm willing to break, have that continuation to the downside. And then, I don't know, GU it was a bit meh. It wouldn't have been a great trade if I entered in. EU on the 5 minute looked super nice. We got a break and close below here, and we even got the pullback into it perfectly as well. But again, because, guys, look, we wicked all these lows here, and we even wicked this massive low here, this really significant low on, I think this was on the 50 minute or the 1 hour. Have a look on the 1 hour. Okay, no, it's on the 15 minute then. Yeah, so we had this zone on the 15 minute, if I catch price up. There we go. So you can see these lows here, these lows here, these lows here, and we wicked, and I thought, I don't think we want to go down much further. I think that we're going to potentially have a reversal within this zone. So, oh god, what's happening? I'm back. So this area here was the reason I didn't get in on this continuation sell, because, like I said, wick, 3 massive wicks, not one break and close below any of these lines here. And then, however, we did move down, we did break and close, but what happened when we broke and closed below the wicks? We just consolidated. What happened next? We consolidated, and now we've got a bullish move up. So glad that I wasn't in on EU. Glad that I got in on on gold. Gold was a fantastic trade. It was an A+ trade. I think that's why I'm so frustrated that I didn't take it. Now I'm just waiting to see if we can get another move. Preferably to the upside. But if we come to the downside, then who knows? That's absolutely fine. Where would I want to TP if I was to chase gold to the upside? Tell you what, where are we now? Let's put a horizontal line. Let's have a look where we are.
Also, Job, sorry, we bypassed your question. We'll get to it in a few minutes. We'll just let Will finish his analysis of gold.
Thank you very much. Dude, I don't know where we'd want to come up to on gold. Maybe here? Let's get my fib out. Okay, 6-1 fib. Plus we got a nice little imbalance here. That's on the 1 hour. So there's a potential point of continuation. Actually, no. Do we call this a bullish trend at the moment? We are like this.
We are making higher highs and higher lows over yesterday till now. So it is.
Tell you what, let's call it a bullish trend. Let's call it a bullish trend. So on the 1 hour, this is our potential point of reversal. So I'll draw this out now, and I'll put up here potential point of reversal, the PPOR. There we go. So here's our potential.
What is that price?
It isn't price, but it's a zone. So the zone starts at 4141. In fact, 4141, $4,141. Let's jump onto the. Yeah, I think that's where.
I have an area at 41.45 and 41.58.
41.58.
41.45 and 41.58.
Okay, nice.
That's the first area that for me needs to be broken and closed above before we can start pushing higher.
Yeah, fair. Okay, yeah, fair. Okay, we're breaking above now on the 15 minutes. I'll look on the 5. I'd love to buy again on gold, but I need it to close, and I would preferably like a break and retest. But if we can just get in, I'll divide my risk. So I'll go 0.15 breakout, 0.15 break and retest. But it needs to be confident. I don't want to just have a wick and then, it needs to be a break and close above.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of consolidation where we are now, or where we were, since, what, about 2 hours or so ago, we started slowing our upward momentum. And now it looks like we're attempting to try and push higher yet again.
I just had a WhatsApp message pop up, and it was CC saying, "You look so angry." I was like, what? I was like, where did that come from? I just looked over at chat. CC is in. Hello, CC. How are you doing?
Let me just quickly answer this one. So, also Job asked, Richard, do you consider trailing stop losses for exits that help me with my losing profits to greed and sometimes following profits to run long enough? So, yes, I have, first and foremost, but it's not what I'm using for this strategy specifically. So this strategy that I have is based on the idea of... weather is turning. The strategy is based on the idea of having a set stop loss and a set TP, and then having either one of the two be hit. If it is the stop loss that gets hit, then I know it's going to be a 0.25% plus commission. And if I take profit, it's going to be a 2x trade. So it's going to be 0.5% minus commission. The backtest that I have, and I've done this a fair few times with a few other strategies, is that I like to have my expectancy set. And what I mean by that is that if I have a static stop loss and take profit, let's say for argument's sake, a 1 to 2 RR, whenever I do get a win rate percentage based on backtesting, I know exactly the correlation between my win rate and my expectancy, because I already have my 1 to 2 R take profit and stop loss levels. So if I were to go and start pulling my stop loss on to a trailing stop loss for argument's sake, I now am no longer trading according to my expectancy, because I didn't test it. I didn't test it with a trailing stop loss. And I like knowing the expectancy. That's the first thing. Now, I know that is rich coming from me saying that, oh, I've gone and closed my trade early, which also screws with my expectancy. That is very true. So the only thing that I can do is I can just go and reflect as to why it is that I decided to close the trade early and not let it hit my stop loss or my take profit. And it's also the idea is it's against the idea of greed, because I want to get my take profit and then I'm done. Then I'm done with the trade. I generally don't try and steal more than what I believe the market is willing to give me at that point in time. I don't know if that answers it, but I think that's it. I have done it before, but just not for this strategy specifically.
Oh man, I'm a bit confused on what gold's doing. We wicked above, but we didn't close above. If we man, I don't know. If we break and close above now, I don't think we'll get the retest. I think if it goes, it's gonna go.
I mean, if it's gonna break and close, then you would see it. But there's a lot of, like I say, back and forth arm wrestling between those who want to buy and those who want to sell gold at the moment. That's why you have consolidation. We're consolidating ever so slightly, but it does look like it's a little bit of an ascending flag. So there is the potential for it to continuing rallying the moment it breaks through. How wide is this range in any way? $13, mate. So it's not crazy. 130 pips.
Yeah. I got 138. Yeah.
So it's not crazy.
No, it's not. It's a nice tight consolidation at the moment, which I quite like. If it was any bigger than it is now, I'd be a little bit concerned. I'd be like, I don't actually know if I want to trade this as much. Dude, I'm so annoyed. Like, if it broke and closed above here, then pulled back, I'd probably be in this trade right now. Reno, hi guys. Sorry, mate. Yeah, we'll. I'll tell you what. While we wait for gold to do something, I'll tell you a little bit about my journey as a trader. So how far back do you want me to go? Do you want me to go back right the way back to my learning stages, or do you want me to go back to just from full time onwards? Basically, I was studying travel and tourism and business in college, and I couldn't seem to hold a job. Every time I tried to work for someone, I found myself analyzing the business side of their company and found out just how much better it is to be a business owner than it is to be staff, and how I'd want to. Not only that, I just didn't like being told to do crappy jobs, and then when it's like, I don't want to do those crappy jobs, and
you're a horrible employee, mate. Horrible.
Dude, I'm not a good employee. You know, I'm not a good employee. I'm a better I'm a fantastic employer, though. You know, like if I got a team around me, you know, I'm a fantastic sort of team guy. I love to look after my team. I love to look after the people around me. But when I'm like bottom of the team and I'm just being, I don't know, maybe it depends on the boss. I don't know. Maybe I've just had like slave driver bosses. But yeah, like even with family, like I grew up on a family business, working for the family business. Me and my dad are too similar. We just argue all the time. We're very, very similar people. It's fantastic working for your family. It really is. But it just wasn't for me because I was just arguing with people, and I knew I needed to do my own thing. I thought, right, you know, how can I earn money where I can be my own boss? I started a marketing agency when I was like 18. No, I wasn't. I was like 16, 17. I started a marketing agency when I was like 16, 17. I had one client. The rest of the guys just didn't want to give their company trust, or they didn't want to trust a company that, you know, the founder's 16 years old for a marketing agency. So I struggled to get clients, and that sucked. So I thought, right, okay, what can I do that the harder I work, the more money I earn? You know, the better I become, the more money I earn. It's got nothing to do with like age discrimination, or got nothing to do with having clients or relying on people to buy products and services. And then, you know, I met a guy who's a trader, found out about trading, got into that side of things. And then here I am. You know, I found trading. I got addicted to it. Became a full-time trader, earning great profits. Started live streaming with a company called Tradelicious and LLTF, London Live Trading Floor. And then the 5ers were like, "Oh my God, this guy's an absolute legend. He's an absolute trading guru. We need him." I'm joking. I'm kidding, guys. But no, in all fairness, you know, the 5ers, you know, came across to me and was like, "Yeah, dude, look, we'd love to have you join us, potentially a guest on stream," and just never left. Became part of the furniture. So that's pretty much how I got on trading with a 100k account. I got the 100k account last November, so a year ago, 12 months ago this month. And I passed phase 1 and phase 2 all live on stream, and now I'm trading it live, funded. I went into 7% drawdown on stream, and then I clawed it back again on stream, all in front of you guys on the 5ers. So, I mean, you can go back and watch me claw it all back.
Nice. Beautiful.
That's like a super fast...
a condensed version.
Condensed version of my journey in trading. Yeah, like, look, I've lost friends, I've lost relationships, I've lost all sorts due to trading, but, you know, the friends I've made in trading, the community that I've built and have become a part of is 10x the quality of the friends that I had before. You know, and the relationships and the bonds that I've got now with people are just 10 times stronger than the relationships and bonds that I had previous to trading. So everything happens for a reason, guys. You know, just trust yourself and put in the correct work, and just make sure you're focusing on your own growth. And I promise you, I've never met someone who's put in the genuine work, not just the hard work, but the hard work and the smart work, and never given up. I promise you, you will make it. And that's genuine. I know that's a big thing to do. And it's like, oh, you shouldn't promise stuff. But no, I'm sorry. But if you genuinely put in the smart work, the hard work, you never give up, and you truly believe in yourself, and you have a goal so unfathomable to the average person that they think you're a nutcase, then I can promise you, you'll become so much better than you will ever imagine. And things will fall into place for you.
Awesome. My journey is a lot shorter than Will's. I'm quite a bit older than Will is. I've been in many industries throughout my life. But the main thing that caused me to start looking at changing my surroundings, a lot of people know this about me, but maybe those of you who are new here or wasn't around when I explained it, I went through a life-changing event in a few years ago. So I had just gotten married. I was married about 6 months or so, and I got diagnosed with a very rare form of blood cancer, and that absolutely shook me, like, to my core. You know, brand new wife, you know, brand new life, that whole thing. You know, you're building this whole expectation, and then suddenly someone comes and gives you news that, listen, you have potentially between 3 and 10 years to live. Anyway, so I had all of these like ideas and plans that I wanted to put into motion, and all of those plans just kind of like got halted straight there and then, because now there was no future for me anymore. And anyway, don't want to make it like a very long soppy story. What eventually happened was, after about 11 months or so, turns out I'm good. Okay? No cancer. Great. But what led to this whole cancer diagnosis was still there. The cause of it was still there. And the cause itself left me with a bit of a taste in my mouth. The industry that I was working with at that time, they had some dealings to do with my diagnosis, and then eventually I just decided, you know what, I wasn't getting the support that I wanted or that I needed from them, so I decided I'm going to go my own route. So I then left that industry that I was working in, and I went full-time into playing poker. I was a amateur poker player prior to that point, and did really well for myself, and then decided, oh, screw it, I'm just gonna go and become a full-time poker player, which I did for about 2 to 2.5 years. And then I started to kind of like lose my interest for it, to be dead honest. And then from there, I just started looking for other avenues that was still in line with my personality, that looked like I could build a relationship with this idea. I could build a long-term plan with it. And then I happened upon stock trading initially. This was during COVID. So during stock trading, or during COVID, I did some stock trading that did really well, did good with that. And then from there on, I just decided, you know what, if I can make money trading stocks during COVID, then I can make money trading whatever, anything. Started to look at some online courses and whatnot to try and teach myself how to trade CFDs specifically. And I have been full-time trading now just over 2 years. Just straight up full-time trading over the last 2 years or whatnot, where I'm solely reliant on my income from trading. I found the LLTF via happenstance. So Will and Rich were the hosts for it, and just rocked up one day, started chatting with them from stream, or from the chat box in stream, and really enjoyed their content. And then one thing led to another, and eventually I was basically given an opportunity by Will to come and join him as a guest on the LLTF. And from there, just realized that I really enjoyed streaming, really enjoyed interacting with Will, interacting with people in the chat and stuff like that. And then here I am now. Now I'm streaming with the 5ers, all thanks to that guy. So yeah, that's my journey. I have a few prop accounts with different firms. Some of them successful, some of them not so successful. I have some personal accounts that I trade as well. They're not massive accounts, but where I live in South Africa, you don't need a lot of money. If you're getting paid in dollars, the exchange rate is really strong, so you don't need a lot to get by. So I have some personal accounts, I have some prop accounts with different prop firms, and then I am currently working through a 60k account with the 5ers that I'm trying to get to funded phase, and then recently got a 5k, which I'm going to be using for the live stream. And that's pretty much my journey. It's also, I know it was long-winded, but it's still condensed. It's a condensed version.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
There's a lot in between. But yeah, that's it. That's where I am now.
That's super cool, man. I love your story. You know, you got a hell of a story, and you got a really inspirational story. A lot of people you find usually start trading due to health reasons and health scares. And the reason they do this is for the exact same reason that I promote trading, is for that exact reason is for financial freedom. Don't know why that was so hard to say. So for financial freedom, it has so much potential to create not necessarily an ungodly amount of wealth, because yeah, it does, of course, in time. But what it also does is it allows you to become financially free, to leave the rat race, to become someone you want to become. Dude, I have traveled the world more in the past 2 years than I have, I don't know, for God knows how long, in my entire life. Like, we've always gone on holidays as family, like once a year, and I'm quite well traveled anyway, but just in the past 12 months, I've gone abroad like 3 times, 4 times. It's incredible. Just because I'm a trader and I can do that, I have the ability to. I work in England, I work in Wales, I work in Italy, I work in France, I work in Greece, I work wherever I want, and that is the goal. That's the ability that trading gives you. And usually, like they always say, a healthy person has 100 problems, an unhealthy person has 1. You know, so I think the fright of a health scare can really make someone think, wow, you know, we are so fragile on this earth. I want to enjoy it and not have to slave away. You know, that's what trading can provide. You know, providing you've got the ability to understand that it's going to take some time, and you've got to be hard working and disciplined, and you're going to put in all the correct practices, and you're not going to be a degen, then, you know, trading can provide so much financial freedom, especially with like the 5ers, you know, prop firms. You know, they just give us the ability to be trading. Guys, I'm trading with $100,000 in an account right now, which is it's funded, by the way. This is a live account. You know, the minute I get over 100k, I can withdraw this money and I can do what I want with it. So that is a really special feeling. Whereas, you know, I'd have to work years and years and years to become as financially free enough to put $100,000 into an account. You know, so there's pros and cons to it, but it's the ability to actually, it's what it gives you. And every time I hear your story, man, it's super inspirational, and you know, my heart goes out to you. It does touch me close. Just catching up with chat. Yep, hate it when that happens, Will. And yes, wouldn't have been able to focus on the meetings. It happened. Yeah, dude, 100%. Yeah, no, 100%, man. These things happen. What are your thoughts on crossing the differences, predicting the future asset prices? I don't predict bugger all. You know, I predict nothing. Me and Rich are very similar on this. We don't predict the markets. We just react from them. You know, we react from what happens in the markets. If I was to predict the market now, I'd be in a buy right now, and I'd be currently either in like a break even or I'd be in drawdown, and I may not hit a win. You know, I may hit a loss, and the loss would actually be a valid loss. It would be an invalid trade because I didn't get my confirmation. So always react to the market, don't predict the market.
I mean, you can try and predict the market, but you have to wait to see whether or not you were right or wrong. But you have to base your analysis on hypothetical, which is fine, which is what we're doing as well. We're also basing it on hypothetical, but our view is a lot shorter time frame. We're just waiting for the market to show us something on the day, and then we trade what we see on the day, because every single day is a unique day. Every single day there's different news coming out, there's different fundamental things that's changing in the world. So it's just a different way of seeing the exact same thing. We just I'd rather be reactive because I have control over my reaction.
Yeah. Thanks for the honesty, Willie. Calvin, not a problem, my man. Will top of previous high. It could have easily stalled and retraced. Not a bad decision. Yeah, 100%, man. Just going to wait, see what happens. How many hours left till FOMC? 6.5.
About 7.
Is it 7 or 7:30?
About 6. Let's say 6.5. 6.5 hours from now.
Yeah. Let's call it 6.5 hours. I asked a question about. Oh yeah, so we got that. Yeah, sorry, man. I missed it. 5ers in the sky, bro. You like no prop, in my honest opinion, can touch the 5ers. And I'm not saying this because you know I'm working with
wearing
them now.
a hoodie of the 5ers.
I'm right, guys. The 5ers. No, guys. I know it seems cliche. It seems like, oh yeah, Will, you're gonna say that. Let's just put it this way, without sounding cocky and without sounding like, oh, I'm a big. I am. There's a reason I'm working with the 5ers, no one else. Because I've completely frozen.
Yeah, you've frozen up a little bit, bro.
Yeah, no, I yeah. Can you hear me okay though?
I can hear you. We just can't see you move.
I'm back. It's all good. Oh, whew. I thought my Wi-Fi crashed and I got a bit scared. Yeah, there's a reason I'm working with the 5ers and not any other prop firm. You know, in my opinion, the prop space is a very interesting space and full of very interesting, lively characters. The 5ers are probably the light at the end of the tunnel sort of feeling, you know? It's just like, you know, in these movies, and there's a crowded room, and then like there's guys there dancing in a club, and next minute this woman just glows up and becomes like, it's so easy to spot this particular woman in like these love stories. The 5ers are that. The 5ers is like, oh my god, it's just clear as day that this is the best firm. You know, that's why I'm working with them. I'm not saying that because I'm working with them. I'm working with them because I've said that. You know, it's not the other way around. But guys, take what I say with a pinch of salt and go try it for yourself. You know, don't just think, oh, Will thinks they're absolutely fantastic, so they must be. Test them. Go prove me right. You know, go try them out. You know, don't take my word for it. I've frozen again.
There's a little bit of an issue with your fiber or your Wi-Fi at the moment, mate, but I can still hear you properly. Even though your camera is like just jittery.
I think that's what it is. I think it's just my Wi-Fi is dropping out a little bit. True. Also, there is a Black Friday coming, which will give a major boost with the offers. Dude, like Black Friday and 90,000 subscribers. There is going to be some mega deals coming through. So just wait and see. CC, love your smile. Aw, you cute.
I don't want to give anything away.
No, I know. No, literally that.
Everybody, just be patient. Just wait a few more days. That's all we're just.
A few more days or a few more hours. I don't actually know when Jonatan's going to release the fantastic news, but dude, I can't wait. I'm so excited.
I think
even I may get involved in the giveaways.
You still there, mate?
Just take. Have I frozen again?
Yes, you have.
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, this is so annoying, man. Okay, awesome. Just taking a short on NASDAQ. Done with my intraday strategy for the day. Dude, that's awesome, mate. What did you take on the NAS?
Short.
I'm guessing. Is that a short?
Hey, he said he took short.
Muppet, well done. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, mate. Just taking a short on the DAX. Interesting. In your intraday,
I can see why. I can see why.
Can you? I'm struggling with it.
This 24,626, 24,689 area was a little bit of consolidation last night during the New York session, and we've now come towards it, but we've slowed down. I can see why he would want to potentially take a short. Myself personally, I would wait for a little bit more confluence. Maybe break the 20 EMA as an example, and then attempt to push up yet again into this area, and then fail to push higher, and then make a lower high, and then start pushing lower. That's something that I would rather be looking for. But I can understand why you would want to sell from here. Massive consolidation just to the left of it. We haven't really been pushing that strongly up. It is very, let's call it meek. It's very, very, very... almost uninterested in this area right now. But then again, we also don't know exactly what his trading strategy is like. Maybe he's already received his confirmation to push lower. Don't know.
I thought we may sell off from here on the higher time frame, but I don't think we are. I think this is bull momentum, man. 90k. Yes, people. Good. 90k. Can't wait. Can't wait to see what happens at 100k. I can't wait to see what happens at the giveaway at 90k. Plus, we've got some awesome stuff. We've got Black Friday coming up as well. So, dude, the 5ers are just gonna be like throwing accounts. You know when like you feed birds with seed? They're just gonna be like throwing accounts at everybody. I'm joking. I don't know what's gonna happen, but that'd be cool if they did.
You're about to get a message saying, "Will, shut up."
Yeah, Will, shut up. I'm like, ooh, am I close? Are you actually going to throw away accounts like Birdseed? I don't know, man. That'd be super cool. If they do throw away accounts like Birdseeds, even I'm going to be signing up for that. Like, I want more accounts. Like, give me accounts. But no, guys, all seriousness, smash that thumbs button up. Smash that thumbs up button. And guys, how close are we to 300 likes, by the way?
I think we're close.
We're close, yeah. Dude, like I said, come on, we got 20 minutes to get 300 likes. We're 77.
237 likes.
237 likes.
Did I say 270? 223, sorry.
No, 223 likes. Guys, smash that likes button. Let's get to 300 likes. We've got 20 minutes for 300 likes. So for like an extra 70 likes. Come on, man. We've easily got this in the bag. Smash out that like button, guys, and if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel.
And just remember, Saul is coming later today to do some live trading. So
Is he?
yeah, so you guys don't you want to have Saul like rock up and there being 300 likes to?
If we don't get 300 likes on this video, Saul's not going to show up. He texted me himself. He said, "Will, you're an absolute legend. I love you so much. But if you don't get 300 likes, I'm not coming on."
I mean,
can't show you the-
that's what Saul said.
I mean, that's what he said. I can't show you the messages, you know, because it's his private number. But but that's what he said. So, oh, okay, we've just hit my alert on gold. If Saul's watching this now, Will, you're an idiot, mate. He's actually gonna text me and send me a message and be like, "Will, you're such an idiot." I was like, "Yeah, I know." Oh man. Hi William, would you show me live on your MT5 how to enter a trade with 1% risk instantly? There is an add-on with automatically calculates your lot size for you. I forgot, dude. Is there?
There is, and I have it on mine. I can bring it up if you would want.
I just know my risk sort of thing. You know, if you want to instantly place a trade, then you can see up in the top right hand corner. You know, you pick your lot size and then buy or sell. That's just instant, and then you drag and drop your TP and stop loss. However, if you're talking about the algorithm that calculates your risk for you, then I do believe that Rich has got it. So he should go swap over now. There it is.
All right, cool. So if you can see this properly, I unfortunately cannot make it much larger than this. There is a position sizer from earnforex.com. I'm just going to drag it over and just say OK. Here it is. Okay, so if you have to zoom with your screen, then just zoom in, then you can see it properly. So it's called Position Sizer, and you can get it from earnforex.com. It's absolutely free. All you need to do is you just need to go and read exactly how to install it, exactly what it is, how it works, and go and test it on, for argument's sake, a demo account first, before you just put it on any of your accounts and accidentally make a screw up and then lose an account. So go and play with it on a demo account. You can install this on any MT5 and MT4 terminal. I think that it might be a C Trader variant, but don't quote me, I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, so let's say this is a GU chart. You can see at the bottom right, it says it's a GU chart. Currently, what I have on the position sizer is here's 1%, so the risk portion, and then what it will be in dollar should I enter a trade. Right now, it's a short trade specifically. So if I wanted to do 1% risk, that is the risk percentage based on the dollar amount. And then that needs to be calculated along with the stop loss amount to determine what my lot size needs to be. So the way that it works is my lot size, let's say I decide my lot size, let's say hypothetically, I wish to enter right now and I want my stop loss to be above this recent swing point. So let me just zoom in quickly. I want to enter for a sell right here, and this is where my stop loss is going to be. You'll see this number here on the right hand side, 97, 98. This is the amount of points. So this is 9-ish pips of movement from the current price to stop loss. So based on the difference between the stop loss and the entry point is going to be the amount of pips that I'm trying to risk. And these amount of pips that's over here needs to equate to 1% of risk. So 1% risk, okay, it's starting to drop now, but the idea is that close to 10 pips for 1% means that I'm risking $50. So every 1 pip needs to equal $5 for movement. So every 1 pip needs to be $5. So how do you get $5? It's going to be the amount of pips divided by the dollar value, or the dollar value divided by the amount of pips in this case, and it gives you 5. With US pairs, it's roughly $1 or $10 per one lot size used. So in this case, I need to, if I want to have this 1% risk, I need to have a 0.46 in this case position size in order to have that exact amount that I need. So what will happen with this position sizer is, based on the stop loss that I've placed and the direction, I can literally just go to the trading tab, I can click the trade button, it will place a trade at exactly this position size, which equals to the risk.
That's super cool, man. That's awesome. I didn't even realize we could do that.
It's free. It's free to use. And then also, what I like having on is, you'll see here in the bottom left-hand side, I have GBP USD risk $0 and then a 0%. This here is another free to use indicator that you can install that the The5ers gives you. So if you have a The5ers account, you can go and download this for free.
Yeah,
from the
nice. That's awesome.
And then you can install that.
I think I'm going to go download it and install it.
The indicator or the Forex earnforex.com position sizer?
Probably the position sizer. In fact, both, probably. They all seem pretty safe.
Yeah. So this allows you to not have to calculate it at all. Now, obviously, I would advocate for you knowing how to calculate it, and I would advocate for knowing exactly how and when you're risking and which amount you're risking comparative to the size of your account. So, but this is a very easy, free to use one. It works well. So, like I said, go to www.earnforex.com and then you just look for their position sizer. Free to use. There's a lot of guys here at the The5ers that use it. There's a lot of guys on the stream that use it. It's pretty good. So, free to use. And have a look.
Cool. Just catching up as well. Trading success stories don't do justice to the experience, honestly. You just made it look very easy, Will. Dude, I'm glad, man. It says easy there, that's how I knew.
Yeah. Added that.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm glad that I make it look easy, but as long as, it's easy to make it look easy. It's when you know what you're doing, then yeah, trading is super easy, but it isn't easy. It wasn't easy to get here. It was a difficult journey. So as long as I can show my experience and I can show you guys and break down and be like, look, this is what the experience has given me. This is what the hard work has given me. Then, I'm glad it looks easy, and I'm glad to inspire you guys and try and hopefully encourage you guys to put in good effort and good practices. And I'm glad I make it look easy, but it was a tough journey, man. It was a tough journey. Thank you, William, for sharing and the strength. Of course, man, 100%. Well, I'm glad that I inspire and strengthen you guys to be better traders. Is there any kind of layoff situation for a trader? Like, e.g., he is profitable for 5 years and then suddenly he becomes unprofitable and quits as a career. This is really interesting because, of course, there is. 110% there is occasions where professional traders who have been profitable for 5, 10, 15, 20 years will become unprofitable. The only time they lay off, or the only time they give up and quit trading as a career is when they choose to quit. The only time you ever truly fail at anything is when you decide to stop trying. So if you lose profitability after 10 years, then just remember, you got profitable. You can get profitable again. You did it once, you can do it twice. You do it twice, you can do it 3 times, and so forth. Just keep rinsing and repeating. The more you try, the better you become. So if you lose profitability, don't panic. Just keep trying. Try again. Gain your profitability again. You've been 5 years as a profitable trader in the market. You can definitely do it again. So just stick to the plan. Stick to your, show yourself confidence and reassure yourself. Getting profitable the first time is always the hardest. I've lost profitability before, and then gaining profitability again after losing it was so much easier than gaining it after never having it. So yeah, of course there is, man. There's stories out there, but just never quit. That's the easiest way to go about it. Is just don't ever quit. Have trust and faith in yourself and go again. The Ghana Trader, good morning. Good morrow to you, sir. How are you doing? If you are new joining us, guys, then make sure you smash the like button. We're going to try and get to minimum of 300 likes. We've got 251 likes right now. We've got 10 minutes to get another 49 likes. I think we can easily do it. So if you are joining here new or you haven't already, then make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't, make sure you subscribe to the channel because I am currently looking at trying to buy gold if we can finally break and close above. But we'll see if that happens or not. So guys, 10 minutes, smash the like button, extra 50 likes. Let's go. Which country are you from, Richard?
South African, mate. I am from South of Africa.
South of the Africa. Top blokes. I really appreciate that, man. Hey guys, it looks like an invalid sweep. Yeah, potentially, man. You know, like it's just consolidation at the moment. So it's just a bit all over the place with gold.
GU is looking nice for sells now, mate.
Oh, nice.
If I'm going to be dead honest with you.
Yeah. I looked at GU earlier. It was more valid than EU, but they were just both a little bit meh for me. I didn't want to really look at many of the price on EU and GU. Come on, guys, let's go.
We need to break this swing point down here and then just retrace a little bit and then potentially push lower. The only issue that I have is we have this massive wick on the 5 and on the 15. See, it's the only worry that I have on it is the fact that that was such a big wick. And then the reaction that we've had off of it in the last hour or so. If we can start to... I'm just going to remove that for now. If we can try and break this low swing over here, push through it, maybe come and retest it, then we can start pushing lower and then try and sweep this low that's down here. But we have all of this in this low swing area over here. Just going to take it back to that point. We have all of this that is up in the air at the moment. Alternatively, if we do not break lower than this swing point over here, there's this upper swing point which is smack bang in line with a point of interest. So that was basically the low of Tokyo that got broken through, failed the retest basically, pushed through yet again, succeeded on the retest, pushed lower, now has come back to it. We've just wicked slightly above it and we started pushing away. The follow through is going to be over here. This area right now is of high importance for me right now to look for a trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice. Richard's journey looks like a movie. First half in which the protagonist discovers his purpose. Waiting for the second half, which is Richard will become a millionaire. 100%, man. That's exactly what is going to happen. That is Richard. That is Richard's journey.
That's actually an interesting way of looking at it. It's like from the movie standpoint, like point of view of the
storytelling style.
You know what's funny? It's just like I think a lot of people glorify the stuff that they've gone through, where I try not to. I don't try and glorify it as if to say, "Ooh, I went through this horrible thing, and woe is me, and now I'm due something." No, it's just it was just
the world owes me something. Like,
yeah, no, just it was a horrible time. There was a lot of lessons that I learned back then. Same as Will. I lost a bunch of friends. My friend circle has absolutely like dwindled down. But the people that I have around me are just top class. They're just the best people. So yeah, just
I love that, man.
Don't feel sorry for yourself if you've gone through something that is overtly negative, because it's going to make you appreciate. Yeah, it's going to make you appreciate the good times even more. So, and it's
Yeah,
also, another thing is, you'll realize that it's all temporary.
Wow. I mean, look, I mean facts. You know, Rich speaking facts over here, but yeah, chill, man.
The negativity, I mean, is temporary. It's all just
Oh,
temporary.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Moving on. Talking about temporary. How many accounts have you lost in your journey, Will? Oh, I don't have that many fingers. Oh man,
I've lost several, mate.
I've lost a lot. I've lost a lot. Let's just put it this way: I'm 7 years in trading. 3 years full time, or 4 years full time. I lost track. You know, I'm etching on the walls every morning. How long have I been here?
7 years ago.
Yeah, only beginning of last year, I think it was January last year, I broke even. And for those of you wondering what I mean by I broke even last year, the amount of money I have spent / lost in the trading markets, I only earned it all back and fully broke even January last year. Everything from January to date has been profit. Everything prior to that was just clawing back losses that I've encountered along my journey of learning and discovery and P&Ls and just all sorts of losses and lessons and just, yeah, stuff like that. Courses I've bought potentially, or accounts that I've bought, you know, so that sort of stuff. Rich, I started reading. I swear my brain goes faster than my tongue can keep up with. Rich, I started reading Atomic Habits. James Clear has been dropping those atomic bombs on me. Dude,
Yeah,
I swear.
good book. Very, very, very good book. Especially if you have a yearning to want to change something about your life and you don't quite know where to start.
Every single chance that I get, I will always recommend this book. Atomic Habits by James Clear. Always recommend it. It is one of
always recommend it.
Always recommend it. It's one of the best books that I've ever read. Honest to God, it is. Unless you don't care about making a change in yourself and in your daily life, like this, it's not a trading book. It's not going to tell you where to buy and sell from, but it will encourage you to become a better, healthier you. So I can't recommend this book. I feel like I should be like an affiliate marketer. So James Clear, if you're watching this stream, because you should be, because A, Will and Rich are on it, and we're the best people on planet Earth, and B, the 5ers are the best stream on planet Earth. So shortly followed by the Apex Brotherhood stream. So if you guys, you know, James, if you're watching this, you know, make me an affiliate, because I can't help but just promote this book, and I'm doing it for free. So pay me.
Pay me.
Put me on a retainer. Yeah, so can't recommend the book enough, guys. If you want to make better habits in your life, like, go speak to Richard Wells when he does. In fact, Rich is joining us tomorrow on our Thursday psychology session. So same time, 11:30 UK time tomorrow. Rich will, the performance coach of the 5ers, will be on. Speak to him about it. Even he recommends the Atomic Habits book. It is a fantastic book. Top Step have some genuine employees like you guys. Yeah, well, they're not as good though, are they? Because we're the best. But I'm sure they do, man. I'm sure there's some, like I said, look, there are some fantastic guys out there, and look, there's some fantastic props out there. But we're the best. Like, there are great people, like, you know, but there's only one top, you know. We Top Step. We use that step to get a higher. Get it? Top step, because like you're stepping on top of the. Anyway, really, yeah. Moving on from really corny play on words. Nice reasoning, man. Yeah, 100%. Let's have a quick catch up. Can you guys explain the bootcamp program for me?
Oh, easy. Bootcamp is a 3-step or 3-phase, in this case, program. You start off with 1/4 of your capital that you would have if you funded it. So let's take 100K bootcamp as an example. Once you're funded, you will have $100,000 of capital that you can trade with the 5ers, but you need to go through 3 phases of evaluation. You will start on $25,000, and then you need to make 6% on your first phase, and you're only allowed to lose 5%. It is a 1 to 10 leverage, so you're basically getting $250,000 in buying power for you to try and pass the account. You only need to make 6% for your first phase. Once you've passed that, you will be then given a $50,000 account for your second phase. Same parameters, you need to make 6% and you're only allowed to lose 5% on that account. And then from there on, once you've passed that one, you will be given a $75,000 account, exact same parameters. You need to make 6% and you're only allowed to lose 5%. And then eventually what will happen is you will then, if once you've passed that, you will be granted a 100K account. But now, in order for you to build that account, to scale it, you will now only be allowed to make, or you only need to make 5%, but you're only allowed to lose 4%. So it is one of those accounts where you really need to be very sure about how you are going to utilize the amount of leverage that you have, the amount of risk that you can put on the table. It's not an account where you can go absolutely crazy with it. You need to really consider being very, let's not say passive, but you have to be very consistent. There is not a lot of room for you to have a lot of 1% losses, that kind of like thing. So in my opinion, it is the most difficult account to pass. It's 3 phases. What the hell, man? Will being a crazy man. If because of the fact that you only have 6% through the phase 1 through to phase 3, it's difficult. It is the most difficult account, and there's a lot of people that maybe go through phase 1 into phase 2, and by the time that they reach phase 3, the psychology goes out of the window, and then they really struggle. So, my opinion, most difficult account to pass with the 5ers, but it is worth it. You start off with a 75 to 25 split, which is really good. There's some rules that's a little bit different with the bootcamp in relation to the high stakes or the hyper growth accounts, but it is a good account. It's the cheapest one that they have, and you will pay a portion. Let's say hypothetically you pay 25% of the account evaluation fee upfront, and then you will only pay the other 75% of the account value evaluation fee once you've reached the funded phase. And then, so it's the cheapest option, but it's the most difficult one to trade.
Richard and William are billionaires by heart. Nah, dude, I appreciate that, man, because now we are. It's in our heart, it's in our hunger. We've got that drive, but at the same time we're humble for it, and we know what we deserve, and we're not going to stop until we get it, and we'll never give up. But the one thing we won't do is let it get to our heads either. We'll always be daft, we'll always be funny, we'll always have banter, and we'll always trade. We'll always trade profitably, well, hopefully profitably, but we'll always trade and be honest and be open and show our trades, but we'll also have a bit of fun as well. So we're super grateful that you guys like what we do here. So just leave a massive like and on the video. So unfortunately, in fact, hang on a minute. I just got a text. Guys, it's from Saul. He said, "Will, you're such a loser. Screw you. I'm not coming on now because you didn't get 300 likes." Guys, yeah, I told you. If you don't get 300 likes. Dude, we did do well though. We actually beat LJ, so it's fine. I'm happy.
Well, there is actually some sad news. but I'm assuming that Jonatan is going to arrive to give that sad news.
Yeah, the sad news is me and your session is done now. We're going to introduce
Yes.
the fantastic Samir. Samir, you ready, man? What's good?
What is up? How are you guys doing?
I'm good, man.
90k, bro.
Oh, wow. What is that?
Come on,
90K.
let's go. 90K
Sup?
subs.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your support. I'm here and we are at 90k. Wow. That's amazing. That's good. That's good.
I love that soundboard.
How have you been, Samir? Are you good?
I'm good. How are you?
Dude, excellent. Very good.
You guys took any trade today by any chance?
I took 2.
Yeah, you did well. You had some nice trades today. I took a gold long, but in fact, I'll bring my screen up real quick. I'll bring my screen up. So I took a gold long, but I closed it earlier than I wanted to. So it is what it is. I broke that down. I explained what happened. I was wanting to see a break and close above. We didn't get it. We've actually dribbled back down, which I kind of expected us to, but I didn't want it to. I kind of wanted to continue that momentum to the upside. But the way we were just wicking up here, there was no momentum in it. So we were just dying off. So invalid trade, no more trading, done for the day. So that is
Beautiful. Yeah, I had 2. I had one on EU, which was a lovely trade, and then I had one on the stream this morning with Will and myself on our little morning stream, which I took on the same account that I traded yesterday with you as well, Samir. So that was a little win. So back into profit on the 5k challenge account for the stream.
That's amazing. After the stream, I actually took one trade, which was again a win. I'm on a really crazy winning streak, guys.
You took it on NAS, yes?
Yeah, exactly.
We both took a trade last night on NAS.
Yeah. Let me tell our viewers why I took the trade. Okay. Actually, I posted a reel also. I'll explain here also. So there was a simple support area. It is going to be mind-blowing analysis because it's very simple.
Mind-blowing.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know, people think that, being a profitable trader, we do some complicated things. You get my point. Anyways, so support area, 4-hour support, going to the 15-minute. And I was having this channel line on, which was here, and one was here. Okay. So once we see 1, 2, price came here, and I just got to the 1-minute time frame. And I observed what price is doing. I didn't enter right here because, this was an impulsive leg to me. And you also can see there was no pullback. It is just price going down. It means sellers are strong here. So I cannot just, enter the trade blindly like this. Of course, there was a strong area, to go long, but I need some confirmation on the smaller time frame. So why I got convinced? Because of this consolidation. Price slowed down here on my level. I think I took the trade, right here, once price started to bounce it from here. And my stop loss was somewhere around here. And I was targeting 1 to 1. Yeah. I was risking 1% here. And once price tapped this area, I risked 0.5% more here. So I really made good returns. I closed somewhere around here. But if I wouldn't be entering the trade here, if I wouldn't have, then I would have just let it run because my analogy is simple, TP or stop loss. But I was seeing pretty good profits here on my screen because, of this entry that I took almost at the, extreme here. So I also updated this on my Instagram. It was really good trade, man. Very simple analysis, price came to the support and some trend lines and some price action here and some price behavior as it slowed down on my level. So I decided to go long. Very simple trade. That is it.
I took a short. I took a short in that area where you were.
This push, I think you captured. Let me just go here. This area or this
Yes,
area?
the first one. So that little area of consolidation, I waited for a small little break of that consolidation. I entered. I got a 1 to 2. Yeah.
Like this, you actually was. If I'm okay,
You can see it on my screen. If Will is willing to bring mine up, I can show you.
Not really, mate.
So this was the trade that I took
Jeez,
on stream with you that lost. So
yeah.
this was the open. We pushed lower. We attempted to push higher. We failed. We came back into this area. We consolidated, and as we started pushing lower, I entered on the close of this candle for a 1 to 2.
That was a sniper exit right there.
Quick.
I was just talking to, thinking about it. Am I unlucky for you? Because whenever I'm in this stream, you are losing trade or whatever.
Yeah, man, it's one of those things. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some.
Yeah.
This one here was going to be a losing trade regardless. It's one of those things. No matter where I would have entered, the open of New York would have knocked me out, which is okay. It's just one of those things.
We have a question right here. Guys, what are your risk to reward? If you ask me, nowadays I'm going for 1-to-1s. Back in the days, I was doing 1-to-2s. So my trading, is very dynamic, If I'm seeing results, I do test some things to make my system better. So right now, 1-to-1 is working good for me. So if it stopped working, how will I know if it is stopping to work? When I will, maybe take some losing streak, like 5 to 6 losses in a row, then I might can reevaluate my strategy, or and then I can tweak my things here and there. I know at the same time, a strategy can give you 5 to 6 losses in a row. But
Sorry, guys,
I'm
going to have to interrupt. I'm going to have to love you all and leave you. So I shall speak to you all tomorrow for our psychology session with Rich. Guys, thank you so much for joining. I shall love you all and leave you. Have a great day. Do not forget to hit the subscribe button and give us a big like for Samir. Guys, thank you very much for joining. Take care. See you all tomorrow.
Take care, Will. Thank you for being on the stream. All right.
Yeah. I'm also going to have to love and leave you, my friend Samir. I see that we do have a esteemed gentleman in the background as well.
Oh, wow.
Maybe when he comes on, I can go off if he wants to. I can just quickly say hi.
Welcome, the masked trader.
Hello, everyone. Hi, gentlemen. How
Hello,
are
Victor.
all of you doing? Richard, thank you for that invitation. I appreciate that. You wanted to have that little, touch and go before you go.
Yes. I always want to.
That's awesome. That's great. So I will not extend your stay more than necessary. I wish you the best day ahead, and I want to thank you for everything you have been putting in to this stream and everything you do for us as a team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor, for those incredibly kind words. Guys, congratulations on the 90K. You all helped us get to this 90K. There is something special in the background that's going to happen very, very soon. So please stay around for the next few days. Tomorrow being the last day of the week for the stream. But there's some very, very interesting, very cool announcements that's heading our way very soon. So look out for that. Follow the Instagram. All of the links and everything is in the description box below. All right, guys. Love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers.
Take care, Rich. Bye-bye.
Indeed, Rich. Thank you. And have a great day. Sam.
Hey, Vic. How are you?
I am doing great. You were talking about the trade. Is that a trade you took today, or was that something yesterday?
It was yesterday's trade, and I've explained to viewer what was the reasoning behind the trade. And I was taking one question, which was let me find it. It was about risk to reward. Yeah. So my risk to reward is 1-to-1 at the moment. I used to target 1-to-2. So again, I will say I am a dynamic type of trader. If I see, results are getting better by doing a certain thing, then I might can tweak my things here and there to, make my trading system better. So right now I'm testing with 1-to-1. I used to trade 1-to-2s. Both systems are good. So, again, come to the same point, being dynamic is not bad. That's what I have realized, trading in the markets. So that is all about my risk to reward.
Good. It's important to be flexible, right? That's what you're basically telling, that you're letting the data, your performance, and your reviews of your performance guide you towards increasing or decreasing these variables, right? As
Exactly.
in risk reward, and are you too ambitious? If you are, your stats will show that you're not reaching your TP, and 1.5 or 1-to-1 would have worked better. And you're constantly, how often do you review that profile, that risk profile or risk reward profile?
For me, what worked for me, or how I evaluate these things, if I'm blowing the accounts, too much, then I have to do something. So in a recently actually of the stream itself, I have mentioned that I have blown my live accounts. It was 3 live accounts. I think you can, I didn't really remember the date, but I'm quite open about it. If I blow the account, or if I am, if I'm in a losing streak, I was in a losing streak, I blew some accounts. So I was like, let's, test some things out so that I can not blow these accounts often. Like, I was in a very bad losing streak, to be honest. It was just last month. On the both ways, actually, it was good. I made some good payouts, and after that, I lost the accounts. So kind of a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. But just coming to your question, how I evaluate these things, if I'm, blowing the accounts too much, like, more than normal, like for an example, I bought 5 challenges. If I just, if I lost 4 challenges, if I lost all of them, then definitely I'm doing something wrong. It can be some, some missing something, like overconfidence. So I have to re-evaluate these things. In these situations, I can maybe lower down my risk to reward, or I can maybe lower down my risk. So these are the things I tweak here and there. As per the strategy part, my strategies are also a little bit, it is just based on the price action, to be honest. Some days trend lines are working good. Some days, there is a good liquidity setup. For example, this was no continuation setup. This was just, price testing the support and taking out the liquidity. So I just am a price action trader, and I do just see, the price, what it is doing. So this was the last low, which price liquidated, and price came to the support. So these are the, things I do on a day-to-day basis. Whatever market is providing me at that particular session, I react on it. And, if I have to change my risk to reward here and there, it is just simply, if I'm doing too much accounts, I'm doing something wrong, I have to fix it. So that's how I, evaluate these things.
How often do you do that? Do you have a fixed period where you say every month I'm going to be looking back, or are you just focusing on the losing funded account as a signal? As if you're losing one, that's okay. But if you're losing many, then there's something that you need to adjust. Is that your indicator? How many funded accounts you lose? Like,
that is my indicator.
Whenever that happens? Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I was trading liquidity strategy for almost 4 to 6 months. It really worked good. Then, price was really trendy. I was blowing so much accounts. The results was not that consistent like it used to be. So I have to tweak some things here and there. Of course, I made some good money. And then I see what is working good in that particular market condition. It is just my experience. I have traded multiple strategies here and there. So I have some good knowledge about each strategy. So I can review a chart. I can see, okay, this market condition, this thing is working good. So let me test that thing. So again, this is a two-way sword. If you are a beginner and if you're doing multiple strategies at one time, like I'm discussing here, it will not give you that good results, to be honest. I was a strategy hopper, but now I have, I have learned about these strategies. And when I review my losses, and then I see what market condition is, like, then I tweak my things here and there. I do multiple strategies. I do trade multiple strategies. So right now I'm trading the trendline strategy. I don't know when it will work, when it will stop working. maybe 6 months, maybe 12 months, maybe 3 months. And how will I see that? By just a number of accounts I'm blowing, by just a number of trades I'm losing in a row. Then I will reevaluate my strategy. Then I will see what particular thing is working in that particular market condition. And then I will, adjust my things here and there.
I like that. I like that a lot. It makes you a very robust trader. Because what you're doing is you're trading a strategy as as one in your playbook, right? It's just one instead of having multiple setups that you have in your playbook that depending on the situation, depending on the circumstances, you will play this setup or the other setup. You're actually not every day, but I mean, during the course of a year or perhaps multiple years, you're applying the strategies as a setup, so to speak, right? You're looking at this is not working. You're looking back in your toolbox, in your playbook, and saying, okay, probably this other. How many do you have in your playbook, in your toolbox? How many strategies can you just take out of the closet
I have
and
like
put on?
4 strategies maybe. One is let me give you an example. One is kind of a breakout setup, which is just trading in sidebars, something like this. I'm getting my voice back. One, two, three, mic check. Yeah, now it's good.
Okay.
So something like this. This is a one breakout strategy, and the other one is supply demand. Like this is price came to the supply, price rejected. I will just take the trade on this. And the other one is Fibonacci, just taking this 70% trade. This is 3 strategies, and other one is continuation trades. Price is moving in a heavy trend, and we get a small consolidation. But let me show you an example. Okay, we get a strong impulse, small consolidation. I will just enter with a big stop loss, just target 1 to 2, another liquidity point. These are some strategies that I work on. And the other one is liquidity strategy, which is like price breaking high or low and giving me signs if it wants to go, the other way. So like here you can see price took out the low, and then we have an inside bar, not kind of inside bar setup, but kind of push pullback type of setup that I call it. So these are the setups that I have seen in the market. It works good. In this setup, I will go for 1-to-1s. Supply demand and Fibonacci setups do offer higher risk to reward, like 1-to-3s, 1-to-2s. But these setups offer 1-to-1 only. So these are a couple of strategies that I have shown you guys what I trade.
I like that how you go from one strategy to the other. So if you guys have any question on any particular strategy or way, because you gave a very simple idea, right? I'm using fib and I do this, but I'm quite sure there are more moving parts to that idea, right? You're not using just the fib, you're probably also using some other kinds of multi-time frame analysis with perhaps some trend analysis, and you're only taking certain times the signal, not all the time. If you guys have questions about Samir's a couple of strategies he just shared right there, the chat is the way to ask us or ask, in this case, Sam, to elaborate a little bit more on those ideas. And congratulations, guys, everyone watching. We made it 90,000 subscribers we had. So we have a massive, I don't know if it's still a surprise, but we have a huge giveaway pending, and I don't know if the details have been disclosed already, but we've promised and we will deliver on our promise. It will be a massive giveaway coming up because of this milestone we just hit. Someone asking, how many strategies do I use? Well, I have, let's see, I'm using 3 different strategies which are manual, and I'm using 1 strategy that is automated, and I'm working on a couple of on both manually and automated. So there we go, one strategy. So the one that I talk about and I share with everyone, that's just one of the three that I use manually. And the others I typically I don't talk a lot about them, because I think the main strategy lends itself better to explain, take the viewer with me in the process of breaking down the system. And that's the purpose of these of sharing it, right? It's about not the actual rules, it's about the process, about the example, about as a template for you to create your own set of rules that may or may not be including the things that I mentioned, but you understand that why and how I group things together to form a plan. We have some questions. Thank you all for being so engaging in the chat. We have plenty of questions here. Chihuahua 2025. Let Jackie not hear Chihuahua. She might, react to that. Samir, would you say you're a swing trader? I know the answer, but someone is asking in the chat. Actually, there's a Chihuahua asking it. Look at that profile pic. There's a Chihuahua asking for, are you a swing trader?
Chihuahua. I'm not a swing trader. I will consider myself as an intraday trader. But when I'm using my Fibonacci strategy, I think max I can hold for 1 day or maybe 2 days. Apart from it, like beyond this time frame or time zone or time window, I don't feel comfortable holding my trades for more than 1.5 days. That is it. But if you ask me, this trending strategy, it gives you result in 1 day in that particular trading session. So just intraday trader, I will consider myself, not a swing trader.
Nice. And the question was also asked to me. So I wouldn't say either I'm a swing trader. However, there are trades that would be defined as swings or swing trades that I do take, but they always start as an intraday trade, so a day trade, and I close a part of it, and I extend I don't extend the TP, but that's the final, the higher time frame TP that's going to be targeted. And once that all the conditions are met, and I'm able to upgrade my day trade into a longer holding trade, by all definition, that is a swing trade, because I will hold not only overnight, but I will actually hold it for a couple of days, sometimes even longer. And that is, by all means, that is a swing trade. But I wouldn't say I'm a swing trader. Predominantly, I'm a day trader as well. I'm get in and get out of the market every day. Every day that I have a valid signal, that is, on that main particular strategy. So there we go. Let's check the other questions we have. In the meantime, someone is asking about gold. Gold is never a dull moment with gold. Gold is golden. Let me check.
I don't have a good relationship with gold. Who is asking? Gold has taken a lot of my money. So I don't like gold. Yeah, it has given me a lot of losses. I don't like gold. Let's see what it is doing. Oh yeah, yesterday I gave you analysis on gold. I was focused on taking longs on this pair, but we haven't seen that of a big impulse right now. So once we see kind of a impulse, then you can say, okay, price is little bit, giving you signs of bullishness here. On the higher time frame, definitely it is bullish. It's just going to the upside. So now we have to take entry, right, on the smaller time frames to align with that particular bias. So for that, you have to wait for some, impulses to the upside. Right now, it is not that much impulsive. Still, you can find, a lower high type of thing and still it can go down. I want to see an impulse so that I can confirm buyers are getting in the market. And this is a big part of my strategy. Almost every strategy is based on impulsiveness. That impulsive leg that I have showed you. I showed you my different strategies. Every strategy has a main pillar or main fundamental, which is just focusing on impulsive phase of that particular market. Let's say this was impulsive phase. So I want something like this on gold, then I can say, okay, buyers are stepping in.
And you're looking for a buy, but someone is checking Infinity T06 is wanting to assure. Do you see a possibility, or do you see a setup for short on gold?
Yeah, considering this nature, it is not that much impulsive as of now. So we definitely can take this as trade this as a liquidity point, and you can see impulse to the downside. And then you can say, okay, yes, sellers are stepping in, and then you can, plan for trades. You can trade a pullbacks. If you want to trade a breakout, then you can trade a breakout. But you have to wait, you have to see, you have to let price confirm, okay, there is some bearish signs, and then you can take the action. Right now, yes, we are at a good area for sales also. But to confirm that, I do need to see some impulses to the downside. Right now, we are rejecting here and there, but we are also making higher highs and higher lows at the same time. It can just continue to pop like this, okay? So you just wait for the price to impulse to the downside, and then just wait for your strategy to align. I don't know what strategy you trade. You might be trading some fair value gaps. You might be trading a breakouts. You might be trading patterns. Just wait for that thing to, align with your strategy. But right now, just, be patient. Let price do whatever it is doing. And I think today's is news. We have CPI, if I'm not wrong. Yesterday, Richard was mentioning, I forgot to check the Forex factory. No, today is just Trump's speech. Yeah, there is no news. We have FOMC meeting, yeah.
We have FOMC meeting, but I think the elephant in the room is we have on Friday, the first Friday of every month, we have NFP. But if look at Thursday, look at tomorrow at the time NFP normally is. It's not on Friday, but on Thursday, and we haven't had NFP numbers since some time. So I'm not sure, and I don't even look into the expectation and the actual number and hits or not. I just need to know that there is an event, and it is potentially something is going to move the market. And I see that we have some anomalies in the delivery of these data, and so I normally or automatically I think, okay, so this is something that can surprise people because they are jittery. They don't know what to expect. It's not. We have been skipping the sessions, or not the session, the NFP. We don't. We haven't had all the releases, and now it's coming on a Thursday. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are having a difficult time positioning themselves. They're going to be extra cautious, or if they are too greedy, they may get themselves caught in in the crossfire between the bulls and the bears, and might be trapped. So that's something of that's a word of caution for everyone who is considering having a position open or keeping that open until tomorrow's non-farm employment change, as it is on the Forex Factory calendar. We have plenty of questions, and thank you all for that. Keep hitting the like, keep subscribe the subscribe button. 90 is not a destination. 90 is just a milestone. We're just getting started. We're just revving the motor, the engine, because we're already looking, even though we haven't done the giveaways yet, and we will very soon. But we are, after 90, we're going for the 100 subscriber, 100,000. So keep those questions coming, and hit the like button, the subscription button as well. All right, so there we have plenty of questions. One is a very, very good one. Fabian Daniels asking how many times have you guys had to change or adjust your strategy according to market as it is ever changing? We touched upon this. Actually, you touched upon this already, Samir.
Oh, yeah.
That you're waiting for. You use the blowing up of multiple accounts funded
Yeah.
as a warning sign that something needs to be adjusted, because apparently the current strategy you're using is not aligned with the current market condition. How often does that happen? Let's say in a year or in a 2
I think
years
every
period.
4 months, 4 to 6 months, it happens with me. So because
Okay.
this gold is trending really hard to the upside. Well, it was trending. I'm sorry. So at this, this particular market condition, my liquidity strategy was not really working well. So in this also, liquidity strategy was not working well. But maybe in this market condition, liquidity strategy was working. But I don't trade gold. I'm just giving you an example. So in this particular strategy, maybe Fibonacci thing was working good. So I am really actively seeing the market and the pattern recognition that I've developed over these times. I do see that what the market is trying to do, what which setups we are getting in this particular market condition. So every, I think, 5 months, 4 months, there is slightly shift in the market condition. Either price starts to consolidate, either price starts to shift, in a very, trendy phase, like very impulsive phase, or either, we see a downside move maybe. So these are the two things. Or, price is moving a little bit slow in that particular market condition. What do I mean by slow? Like maybe this type of market condition, like we have seen on gold. I'm just giving you an example. Every 5 to 6 months it happens. There is little bit shift in the market condition. Can be market going to consolidation phase. It can be market, going in a very impulsive, prices shooting, in an upside or downside direction without even a pullback or whatever. So I have seen, there is a slightly shift in the behavior of the markets every 6 months here or there. So I have to adjust my thing. And what give me the signs? If I'm blowing up accounts, if my payouts are not that much consistent, if I'm hitting a lot of losing streaks in a row, and it will take me 1 month to realize this thing, to be honest, or maybe 1 month, I think, to realize this thing, that something is not good here. So that's how I evaluate this thing.
So basically, you're on a roughly 6-month cycle at which it takes you have a sort of a lagging indicator of about 1 month that will tell you, okay, last 30 days or so has not been great. I don't see the payouts are not as they have been in the past, and I'm losing accounts more often than I should. Then you will start looking for which other strategies you have in your toolbox, which is better suited for the current market condition.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I haven't really touched this part in the previous streams, but I'm glad you asked, and I am touching this topic. I think this is underrated topic, in my opinion. A lot of people don't know that this thing exists. Some people are fine with taking a big losing streak and they stick to the strategy. That type of person is also can make profits in the market. But I'm just giving you what I do and what kind of person I am when it comes to trading. I am a little bit dynamic. I have multiple strategies. So that kind of person I am. I know you guys are hearing this thing that stick to one strategy and you will have losing periods. This is true. This is not wrong, actually. This is true only. But for me, I like to be a little bit, dynamic here and there. So there is some, slight thing in my mind that this thing is not working. Let's just try a new thing. So, and by doing this also, I see the similar results that a guy who is, trading the same strategy throughout the year. The only thing is that I do manage my risk. I know this setup is high probability. I know I've seen this setup happening, thousands of times. That is the thing that will differentiate me from a strategy hopper and being a professional trader. This thing that I know, this setup is high probability setup. I've seen this a couple of times. And how I got to this point by just seeing the market, by just having the live trading experience, by just spending time in the market, by just seeing charts over and over again. So that's how I came to this point. But if you are at the beginner stage and you are strategy hopping, you said Sam or Samir is saying this, I think this is not really good. You should have a good hold of that particular strategy. Then only you can try other things. Then once you know, okay, this is the high probability setup in that particular strategy, then only you can, look for other things. That's my point.
So basically, what you're saying is that you're not strategy hopping. What you're doing is you are reevaluate the performance of your strategy, and when it starts to fail, it doesn't deliver the expected result, you then assume that it will be going through a period of suboptimal or maybe just losing period, and you need to use something in between, something else. And because you have the experience, the screen time, you can recognize what strategy it should be replaced with. And so instead of it's a deliberate choice that you're not just going randomly from one to the other, but you recognize that this one isn't performing as it should. And you're based on your experience which will or should give you better results given the current market condition, because we actually have a very
even you can see me. I used to be big on liquidity. I was drawing my highs and lows, but now I'm drawing trend lines. Maybe you are thinking that, okay, he was drawing liquidity, so this is my reason. I was blowing accounts. I was not hitting my 1 to 2s that much often. And this strategy, to be honest, I'm not saying this is the best strategy or whatever, I'm just sharing my experience. And I have taken, I think, probably like 20 trades or 15 trades. I only took one loss. So I review the market and I see, okay, what I can, do in this particular market condition. Right now, these consolidations, breakouts, they are working good in this indices. And nowadays I'm shifting to trend lines and I'm shifting to some Fibonacci points. And I want to trade the breakouts of that particular consolidation. So this is giving me good results. I will stick to it. Once, again, I hit a losing streak, then I might can, look for other things.
I understand. There's a very sharp question here by Osu Job, if that's how you pronounce your name. Osu Job 360 or Osoju, I don't know. Osujo B. I'm trying to make it easier to read. But in any case, esteemed viewer asking this question, saying, talking about shuffling strategy based on market condition, how do you differentiate between your strategy just going through its loss phase and an actual market change? I will let Samir answer this, but I think the answer is exactly in the question, because it is recognizing that it is going through a loss phase and understanding that every strategy has its ups and downs, meaning periods where it performs well and other periods where not so well. And by just looking at the stats, you recognize that it has started on its period of less performing, less worse performing period, and just switching to one that based on information of your experience that it will perform better. But maybe I'm speculating here. Maybe I should let Samir answer this question.
Okay. Osuju, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name in a wrong way. To answer this question, I have to tell you one thing about my journey. Me being a trader, me coming from the middle class, I was having nothing to trade basically. What do I mean by that? I was having $0 to my name so that I can put that money in my personal account and I can trade. So then I came to know about prop firms, and then then this was the only hope for me. So considering that thing, you are saying when I will know, when I'm blowing my Profam accounts. But if you ask the live account, the approach to handle the live accounts is different in my opinion. I'm not a big guy who believes in trading the live account because the risk to reward prof firms are providing you, it's really amazing. Like you pay $550 and you get $100,000 to trade. And we have $10,000 as a drawdown. I don't want to put my $10,000 in a broker. You know, I don't know, broker didn't pay me. I don't want to take that much headache, you know. Maybe I'm in a losing streak. I overtraded here and there. You know, of course, mistakes do happen. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I don't overtrade, to be honest. Sometimes I take a little bit more risk when I'm in profit. So that is a two-way sword, you know. I can also take a loss. So considering that thing in mind, I am pretty comfortable with prop firms. Still, I haven't really shifted to trading the live accounts. I'm comfortable with prop firms. My day-to-day life, whatever I do in life, whatever I my lifestyle, it is sustained with the prop firm payouts. It's okay. I might can look for other venture in future for my prop firm money. But again, I have shared you my journey here in few minutes. But losing streak, when I'm losing my accounts a little bit more often, that is the way I realize I have to change something in that particular market condition. But if you take the same to the live account, it will not work out, to be honest, because you have to keep the same risk on the live account. In the prop firms, you have $10,000, and I'm not promoting you to risk more in that particular account. I'm just saying, if you risk 0.1% on a 100K account, which is $100, I will not make that much money. And my mindset, my lifestyle has it has molded in that way that I need to risk 1 to 2% of that particular account, and that is little bit more risk in my opinion. You are just 5 to 10 losses in a row when your account will be breached. And if you're a beginner, you cannot afford it, to be honest. And if I see myself, I was having nothing to my name, so I cannot approach the accounts this way. So I'm not promoting you to risk more. I'm just saying you how I do the things. Okay, once you are profitable, you can risk a little bit more. And this is a very vast topic that you have asked. I'm just comparing two things here. One is live account and one is prop firm accounts. So trading props accounts is a little bit different in my opinion, because I'm not comfortable risking 0.1% or 0.2%, because my mindset has came through the way that risking 1% is fine to me, risking 2% is fine to me. My journey, the things that have happened with me in life, or maybe my risk management, or whatever it is, I'm comfortable with risking 1 to 2%. Maybe if you're a new trader, or if there is any other trader who might be risking 0.25%, who might be risking 0.5%, he can stick to his strategies, because I know there is losing period and then there is a winning period. So I hope I am making sense to you. I hope I'm not going off topic. I hope I tried to answer you in a good way.
Yes, you did. I think you did. You did it well, Samir. Because, by the way, Osu job. That's I believe that is the first way I pronounce it, and he says that was the first. That's the correct one. So Osu job. Okay. Thank you for that. By the way, for that feedback. I think the same way as there are every individual is
one thing that I wanna just say, then you can take over. You just mentioned being a little bit more dynamic and open-minded. It doesn't mean that you will hop the strategy here and there. Still, the risk management is the key only. I believe that some days are yours, no matter where your entry is. This is just my belief. Okay, you can take the worst entry. That entry or that trade can play in your favor, and that trade can go against you. So keeping risk management there, that is the pillar basically. I don't really care about the strategy, to be honest. I might sound wrong to some trader who is successful doing his thing, this is just my way of doing things. Strategy doesn't really matter, and just stick to risk management, and don't link this thing with the strategy hopping. I hope you got me. Now you can take over, Victor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem at all. No problem at all. You gotta express those feelings, those not feelings, those ideas as they come to you, because sometimes after 5 minutes, they're not as fresh anymore, and they may lose some effectiveness in when we are communicating it. So no problem at all, man. But I got a couple of things to say, because I find this conversation quite insightful, even for myself, because everyone is different, right? We're all individuals, and what works for you may not work as well for others, and the same goes for me. What works for me may, because our personality is different, our risk tolerance is different, our financial situation is different, and everything, and many other things are different. And we, as a person, we evolve in time as well. So the same things you did 3 years ago will not work for you, perhaps, dealing with the risk, dealing with the stress, as it would now or maybe in the future, because you too evolve as a person, and your risk appetite changes, your situation changes, you may or may not have more financial security now, and you're able to take bigger risk. You said you evolved into having a lifestyle now that makes sense for you to be risking a full percent instead of a tenth of a percent. But you're also in a different place than you were at the beginning. You talked very openly about the big payouts you have gotten in the past, and so you're now sitting on a different position financially, which changes as well your sensitivity as your risk tolerance and things like that. So it shows that everyone needs to find what works for them and what is adequate and makes sense for their current position, and not copy one-to-one something you heard from Sam or myself or from anyone. Even with the best intentions, we are not you. We don't know your situation. We don't, and so it goes way beyond just fixed rules, one size fits all. And for example, you have you have like a different sort of way of using prop firms account, right? Like you're telling us very openly, right? You trade them, and to you, losing them is just part of the process. That's a sign, that's an indicator you use to indicate that you have to switch, you have to buy other accounts and start over a new cycle. And you have gone to evolve into this because it has been working for you, right?
Yeah, exactly. My whole journey is based on this prop firm model, and the way I trade, it is also keeping these rules in mind. So I have evolved in that kind of trader who is a prop trader. So now you can say what you were saying.
No. The point I was trying to make is that it is working for you, right?
Yeah, it is working for me. Yeah, exactly.
Right. If it is working for you, then there is no valid counter argument against that in my mind, because that's all it needs to do. It needs to work for you or for that particular individual who's listening. If you have a way of doing things and it is working, you do see some consistency. Maybe it's not the same account, but you have a consistent cycle where you lose the account, you get other accounts, and but in the end, you are profitable long term. On a personal level, there is the equity curve that is going up. Then there's nothing wrong with that, in the sense that the same way with when you compare two strategies, and one is 70% win rate, and has maybe one-to-one, and you have someone who is perhaps 20% win rate but has a 1 to 8. And you would say, how can you be profitable with such a low win rate? Man, if the equity curve is sloping higher, then it's not wrong. It's just choose the one that you're most comfortable with, the one that you can reproduce consistently, but because in the end, that's what we want. We want to have an upward sloping curve at whatever way we can, whatever win rate is possible, whatever risk profile possible. The actual combination or profile
Yeah, exactly.
is not the goal. The goal is to be profitable. That's the goal. Be consistent and profitable, and whatever means possible. So that's one thing I wanted to show. I have and the same way I listen quite interestingly to how you explain this with your losing the account being the indicator for you to switch to a different strategy. And I, for example, myself, I'm different in the way that I look at my data and I go back.
I think we should call it a different setup. Our viewers will think differently. A different setup, I take, you might can consider this is a different strategy, but in my eyes, I'm just seeing a different setup or different, playbook. You just mentioned that earlier. You have covered my path. So thank you for that. And again, I'm just, repeating the same thing.
Yes. For myself, for example, for those who are wondering, okay, so this is how Samir handles this by not by losing, but by recognizing when he's losing account. Okay, I need to change something. I need to adjust. Nothing wrong with losing the funded account. It's just a sign, a signal from the market telling me that I need to, change or switch between strategies. And I have a different approach. For example, what I do is I look back long term, and I measure the biggest drawdown that one particular strategy has had in the past, and I mold or I model I set my risk management in such a way that when that hits, I'm still I'm not losing any accounts. So as long as the strategies, and I use multiple accounts, multiple strategies on the same accounts to smooth out the equity curve. But I mean, there's no wrong or right way, because in the end, what matters is, does it work? Are you progressing? Are you producing payouts?
Exactly.
And I'm doing that. Sam is doing that, and we have a totally different approach to it. And in the end, just with type of strategies and win rate, it doesn't really matter as long as it is working. So very insightful. I think it's great to talk about that. We have a couple of things as well. Aaron is I think it is when you said, Samir, that strategy doesn't matter, it's the risk management. And I know exactly what you mean, Samir, because in your mind, you can
I'm a big
use
believer in this thing, that some days are yours, some days are not. I'm a big believer in this thing. That's a very practical thing I put in my mind. Sometimes I might can do the worst thing in charts, and still I can win that trade. Sometimes I can do best setup, and still I can lose a trade. So the way I perceive that, the self-talk that I do, I just shorten it. Just, this day is not yours, no matter what strategy I use, no matter what setup that I took. I'm a big believer in this. Jonatan was not, he was having different point of view. That's why I mentioned every time, this is just my point of view. That's how I do the things.
Yeah, I totally see your point, where you're saying whether you choose in your playbook of strategies, A, B, C, D, E, whether you use any of them, you will have moments where they don't work. And to you, it's not so much about the strategy, but as long as you have a way to manage their ups and downs and switching from one to the other one, recognizing which one should be replacing the one that is not performing as well. So to you, in your mind, it's not the specifics, or it's not a specific strategy that will make or break you as a trader, but the how you handle the risk, how you handle
Yeah,
the switch,
exactly.
and things like that. And I understand our esteemed Aaron here, because Aaron, you are totally right.
Yeah,
Because
there is nothing, right or wrong. You just
yeah, in strategies, from the playbook that Samir is talking about, all of them are profitable strategies,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have them in his playbook. They are tested. They have proved themselves to be profitable, so he has them standby to be employed anytime he needs them. But it assumes already that these strategies are profitable. So, and what you're saying is strategy is necessary. Yes, it is necessary, because without a profitable strategy, there's nothing to be done. It doesn't matter how well you manage your risk, how well your psychology is. You can
Yeah,
be,
you should know what you're doing.
a,
You cannot do the thing blindly.
exactly. So you could be, a monk in terms of mindset on the top of Himalayas. But if your strategy is unprofitable, it doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to be winning the market. But Samir is already behind or past that point. These strategies that he's switching in between, all of them have passed the test. They are all profitable. And when he compares these
Yeah, I've seen
profitable
this multiple times. Yeah.
when he compares these profitable systems, and he knows it doesn't really matter which one it is, because he can always have these ups and downs. It's just he's maneuvering between one and the other. As the one is going up, or better yet going down, he's switching to a one that is going up, that he recognized it is doing better. I love this discussion, because it indicates how different layers the discussion has. Because yes, both of you are right, but it's slightly different. We have something great questions, actually, very great. Man, time flies away when the audience is giving us all these great questions. All right, so we have
Are you
a
a
couple of
reader?
more.
I just saw a question about the book. I just want to know: do you read books, or are you a kind of a reader guy?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I don't read as much as I would like to. Let me put it that way. But I do
Okay.
enjoy a good book. But I would, if in my, I'm not scheduling enough time. I'm not freeing up enough time to read currently. But if I'm a bit of a reader, yes. But currently I'm not really practicing as much as before. Another good book to read, says Unbiased Trader, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari.
I don't know about the book. I'm not a reader, but I'm also that kind of person. Once I read, I get lost in that particular space. I just continue to read, and I imagine my thing. That particular every sentence, I imagine that thing. So I like to read, but as you mentioned, about the timing and all. So I don't have that much time to read. I have to, I have to trade. I have to, work as well. So I'm an issue. Else, I love to read. I'm that kind of guy. Once I read a thing, I imagine. My imagination power is there. One sentence comes to my mind, that is pictured in my mind. That kind of guy I am. I want to know. I think. Are you the same? Once you read a sentence, you just picture that thing in your mind?
It is the thing about reading. It amplifies our creativity, because we have
Yeah.
to imagine, convert words into concept, into visual or imaginary picture, so to speak, right? To understand the story well, it needs to play out in your mind. And that exercise you do with reading a lot, and it gets better the more you read. I think is one of the things that reading is good for. It's about extending your imagination, basically, from words, written words. All right, we have a couple of more questions. Let's see. Before we go to the, actually, you have one from Peter. Peter has asked a very good question here, and this one is a bit more for me, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not only because he actually mentioned me, but you are totally right. I have these moments as well, Peter. And I'm gonna explain what Peter is talking about. At least on the H4, we have one order block here that we have been, actually that's not the one. This is the order block that we have been interacting with. So we have, from the higher time frames, zooming out a little bit, you can understand that we created this order block and went all the way to the next one and turned around, and we are likely to be heading to this one again. Whether to bounce off of it or whether to break through it is yet to be decided by the market. We don't know that. We can read price action as it is doing it to get a sense, a probability of which of the two is going to do. But that's just an assumption. It may not even happen. It may, turn around before hitting this order block. Actually, I'm talking without showing my screen. So let me change to mine. Yes. All right. So there we go. I'm going to say it again. So we, right here, we have someone in the, let me see if I can eliminate. Apparently I cannot. So maybe Remy, maybe you can remove Richard. There you go. Thank you, Remy. Remy is our support, who is always watching and helping us in the background, in case you wonder, everyone watching. All right, so we have the Remy, you're doing a great job, by the way. So we have, if you look at the higher time frames, you can understand just by using order blocks that we created this order block right here, right? That daily, we went away and we pushed away from it without any retest and went straight into the next structure in the opposite direction, turned around, and we are heading back. The market does this all the time, sort of a ping pong, right? If you just know where to look at, what time frame and what structures to look at. It doesn't do this exactly the same thing every time, but there's a common recurrent theme that goes from one level to the other, and then as it gets back to this order block, it will then decide whether it's going to break it and continue lower, or maybe bounce from it, right? So bounce from it and go the other way. But that's clear price action. There isn't a lot of, it's only two order blocks that are in play here. And when it already created this order block, you can already know the sequence. It's likely to come back to retest this, move away from it, or not even retest, go, and the likely logical place is going to go to and is the opposite, the structure in the opposite direction. And whenever it reaches these levels, to me, it is like a car that gets to an intersection. That's where it decides whether it wants to go left, right, or straight. So it can, break and continue, or turn around and move away, right? So that's the general idea. Very simplistic, but very effective in understanding the narrative of the market. Now, this is clear. Right, there are only two structures here, and it's performing, or it is behaving as you would expect. Creates an order block, moves away from it in the direction of the order block, goes to the other, and moves back. Easy. But when it gets to, let's say, this time frame where you have one order block here, and that's a bullish order block, right? And you have another one. Let me get it. Yes, we have another one bearish, and they're overlapping. It gets a little bit tricky, and that's what Peter is talking about. Right? It gets choppy. multiple stacked order blocks, even on the lower time frame, bullish and bearish engulfs are canceling each other out. Very well spotted, Peter, because that's exactly in my mind as well what's happening. It's the tug of war, bears and bulls, or buyers and sellers, who are showing their strength, flexing their muscles, making you think that it's going to go one way, but is stopped and reversed by the opposing force. Now, there are a couple of things you can do, Peter. One is you can use multi-time frame analysis to gauge the probability of which one is going to be eventually right. We never know with certainty, because that's always what's going to be the case, right? We don't know with certainty what's going to happen. We just have probabilities. But using higher time frame or multi-time frame analysis, you can give yourself that little edge, that little advantage of knowing, okay, which one, if we have on the same time frame, same amount of structures telling us it could go up on one side and could go down on the other side, and as you said, they're canceling each other out, you are in a way in an equilibrium, right, which either one of them has equal probability, so to speak, of breaking out and being the stronger one. So just that time frame, you don't have an advantage, or we don't, right? I still trade both of them, but that's something else. What we can then use the higher time frame, understanding what is the market following the trend is one, and what is the higher time frame telling us. Following the trend in this case, right, is right the reaction we've had from the market is this reaction, right? That's what created as well that order block that makes you think that it's going to continue, which is from the order block to the left. All of that is, valid and possible as well. While that is happening, we also have order blocks that has been stacking, rightfully so, as you said, and the price has been reacting following the sequence, creating order blocks on the H4, reacting to them, creating another one, reacting to them again and again and again, telling you that the sellers are firmly in control. As long as the sellers do not lose their grip on the market, it is quite likely that this series of multiple structures being created, not just one where the market is reacting on, but multiple order blocks being created, and all of them being reacted and respected, it's likely that the most likely direction, most likely side that's going to win is the sellers, right? So just counting the number of order blocks that it is following and is creating and respecting, and seeing on the other side how much arguments, I say arguments, but how many structures you have, that tells you the opposite thing. So that's one thing. So looking at, making the balance a little bit more broad, the scale, as you're not only looking for whether or not the market is telling you yes, or, it's going to increase or decrease in price, it's going to go up or down, but you're actually weighing in the same time frame the number of yeses and the number of nos, or in this case ups and downs, and you then get an idea. Okay, the sellers have demonstrated not just with one structure. Let me mark this for our viewers, not with one but multiple structures, telling us that they are in control, yet the buyers only have one structure here that tells them, and that doesn't mean that the buyers cannot win this battle, but they are in a disadvantage, if you understand, right? So that's one thing. And the other is, you can basically just look at the higher time frame as well. It goes one step higher, and it tells us, right, even though it's not certain, right, nothing is, but as you go a higher time frame using the same concepts, you understand that we're leaving this order block and we're heading towards this daily. And that can only happen, right, if we continue going lower, meaning that the sellers would be has a better chance of winning, a better probability, not 100, but a better probability of winning. So that should give you, using multiple time frames, and also having a much holistic view of price action and structure and market structure, and not focusing just on one thing, but taking sort of a consensus. Understand? Sort of a consensus of, it's there's many shades, but it's slightly pushing us to think, okay, so the sellers are likely to be winning this. And we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but this is the area that I was looking to short. This and it didn't trigger me, and I'll tell you guys what it is. That's the H4 order block right there. On the H2, we have also a fresh order block that's being retested, as well as in the H1. You got that outside bar right there. So I had all eyes waiting for this area to be retested, and it was very beautifully retested. And you can see the power, see how the market is creating these outside bars. That's, better proof of sellers coming in you cannot get. And however, it did not trigger me. There was an entry here, but it the entry got canceled before the market actually turned around and move, and it really never indicated, right? So it actually closed above that order block, meaning that I no longer have that order block to trade from, and by definition that means, according to my strategy, that I should not take the sell here. This was the order block that I should be, let me better put it. This is the order block that I should be shorting from when we came back to it. But it didn't present itself, it didn't signal the way, and it got actually canceled before I could take the short. And, this happens from time to time. I don't get the signal, or the signal simply isn't there. But the market still does what it is, going to be doing anyways. You should not get frustrated when this happens. It happens all the time. Just be content, be satisfied that you saw the market, you read it well, you follow price action. Next time you will do better. That's what I tell myself, right? I just have to follow my strategy, and that's it. This is not my trade. This is someone else's. But great question, Peter. Thank you for that. And I believe you had another question. You asked, how do you navigate this kind of market structure? I didn't put this question before, but that's it. I'm using other things when I have conflicting price action where I'm not sure which one it is. I look broader, looking for other ways to come in and tell me, okay, which is more likely to happen. In the end, trading is a game of probabilities. So you have to find something else, an indicator, a price action, a time frame, higher, something that tells you if there sometimes there isn't any, but most of the time you will find things that will help you assess which one is more likely to win the battle. And that's it. Game of probabilities, you just have to find out which is more likely using other tools, because apparently what we're currently using is not giving us the signal we're looking for. Awesome. We have one question, one on Sanzaji. Sanzaji is asking more detail about a liquidity strategy, and that is by Samir. If would you are you in the
definitely.
Sure, let me
I can
switch
share
to
you
yours.
about the liquidity strategy that you wanna know. So liquidity strategy consists of a high or low to be taken. For an example, this was a high, this area, and that high can be the previous day's high or a particular leg which showed you a very strong move. Okay, Once this high is gone, and then you have to wait for some kind of pattern that can give you confirmation, okay, price is trying to go down and I can capitalize on that move. And what you can look for when you are taking shorts in this particular scenario, you can mark your fair value gap, and once price is closing below, impulsively. Okay, this all should happen impulsively. I don't like to trade when market is rangy or when there is impulse and then you execute the trade. This is basically, you should not do it that way. So this thing should also happen impulsively. This also should happen in an impulsive phase. And one thing I forgot to mention, all the things needs to be above the area that have good win rate. That is just my observation, So once price close below the fair value gap, then you can wait for a retest and then you can take the entry and then you can put your stop loss. I was targeting 1 to 2 strictly. Okay. So let me give you an example live. Okay. This was a very good high right here. Okay. And once price is gone, then you can move to maybe, as this is 4-hour time frame, you should not use 1 minute if you are considering 4 hour. So let's go to the 30-minute. So what is the fair value gap that we have? We have a fair value gap right here. Okay, price close below this. You can take an aggressive trade right here. Put your stop loss here, target 1 to 2. So this is just a very simple strategy that I've explained to you. Now, let me give you one more example. Okay. This was a liquidity point. Once price has taken this low, we haven't really seen a shift in the market. This is above the level, so we cannot consider this fair value gap. Price never closed above this fair value gap. Price closed above this fair value gap, which is very small. So, not that much clean level right here. This is a clean level, sorry. But the fair value gaps that you are getting, it's not that much convincing. Okay. So hopefully I explained to you the strategy in a well manner, or that is what I do in a day-to-day basis when I'm using this liquidity strategy. If you want to consider which low you can take, you have this low. Okay, this is a very good example. This is a very strong low I have mentioned in that example. It can be when the price is impulsive. So there also it was impulsiveness. There also it was impulsiveness. There also it is impulsiveness. So we always want to trade the impulsive price action. Of course, you don't have to enter in the midway. So now let's go to the 15-minute and let's see where the fair value gap is. Unfortunately, the fair value gap is above the area, which is very risky. So there was no trade for me. But my other strategy, I would have taken this. This is a breakout buy right here. This is one of my strategy. So I would have taken this trade for 1-to-1. I'm just giving you an example how you can use the liquidity. Once price has taken the liquidity, then wait for something to print in your favor. For an example, this was a pattern. And I have given you one example, which was a fair value gap. What other thing that you can wait for is some kind of consolidation. And what other thing that you can use? Price tapping some supplier demand or order block. These are a couple of things that you can use while trading the liquidity. Okay. I will give you one last example. What do I mean by the terms that I used? So once price has taken the liquidity, now you can go to the smaller time frame. Let's go to the 3-minute. Now you can mark your order blocks, your fair value gaps, your consolidations. So this was a consolidation. Now this session maybe was a breakout trade. Okay. Tomorrow session can be the pullback trade where price pullbacks in our order block. So these are the things that you can use when liquidity is taken, and then just wait for price to go in your favor, and then wait for price to print something that you use on a daily basis, or that you have seen a couple of times in the market, that has happened a couple of times, that you consider is the high probability setup. Everybody has a different pattern recognition. I'm just explaining you this thing. So just to wrap this thing, just wait for the liquidity and let price go in your favor, and then just wait for something that you consider is the high probability setup. Okay, that is it.
Great stuff. Great gold nuggets right there for our audience. Don't forget to, if you think this is something that could help you, or you already know it is helping you, the advices, the hints, the tricks, the examples that we give, don't forget, like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already, because that's how we, reciprocate, right? We give you guys as much value as possible, and you guys give us some like and subscriptions to our channel. That's how this back and forth goes. All right. We have someone saying waiting for euro to retest. I'm not sure retests where exactly, but awesome. You're trading EU as well. Samir, what do you think of EU?
EU yesterday it
see-
was rangy. Let's see what today it was doing. I haven't really seen the EU chart. Okay, finally we have seen an impulsive move right here. I think here I classified this as a rangy market. It was GU actually, yeah. GU was rangy. Anyways, let's just see EU. For that, let's go to the daily time frame. Let's see how candles are printing. Let's see what price is doing. Okay, we have came to a kind of a support and resistance area. And if we see, we have a fair value gap right here. This is a fair value gap. And price is coming from an order block right here. Let's mark everything first, and then we can see what price action we are getting or how price is behaving in these areas. Okay, once you draw the areas, it doesn't mean you have to enter immediately. You have to see how price is behaving in those areas. Sometimes you can act in a different way. For an example, if there was a consolidation like this, instead of taking the sell from here, I might can take buys. So keeping that thing in mind, so let's see how price is behaving in that area. If there is more impulsiveness, might be a pullback and price tapping this fair value gap. So now let's go to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, 4-hour time frame, we having a very big this consolidations right here. Let's go to the 2-hour. 2-hour also, this is not that much impulsive, not that much impulsive. 1 hour, now we are seeing some impulsiveness right here. I don't think it is good for sales. Just keeping this nature in mind, I don't think it is good for sales. I would look for buys once we are maybe show impulsive phase, and then again trading a pullback, or if in impulsive phase you can get a breakout pattern that I've mentioned, or you can get a consolidation, then you can take a breakout of that. So as of now, I want some bullish price action right here. If price, goes below like this, then you can, wait for a retest. Then I think this fair value gap is gonna get tapped. So these are two scenarios that I am giving you guys. First scenario, just wait for a bullish price action. Then of course, you can take a buy right here. If we continue this impulse and we came so low, then I think this level is not gonna hold. Then this fair value gap is going to get tapped. Then you can wait for a pullback, and then you can wait for some order blocks, some fair value gaps, some levels to take your sales. Two scenarios that I gave you. Now what you have to do, you just have to wait and you have to see how price is behaving in this particular area. That is for Euro USD. There is just 1 day analysis. I don't do the overall move of the analysis, because I'm a session buy trader. I'm an intraday trader, so I like to see what price can do in that particular session, or maybe next day what price can do. That is all I do analysis like this only. I cannot say, okay, price is gonna go, all the way like this. I am not that kind of trader. So right now we have to see how price is gonna behave in this area. If price decides to go bullish from here, okay, we can take buys, we can wait for the pullbacks. And this is gonna happen tomorrow maybe. But tomorrow there is NFP again, and if price show you impulsive phase, then you can just wait for the pullback, and then you can take your entries. Again, if price just dumped like this, you cannot do anything. You just missed the move. It's okay. Price just push like this, and no pullbacks. You just missed the move. It's okay. It's part of trading. You cannot do anything.
All right. We have one question here from the audience. If the contest has finished, or is the website just changed? I'll be honest with you, I don't have any updates on that front. I assume it hasn't changed. It's still running, but I will have people in the background checking and coming with an answer as soon as we can. I suppose it is, as far as I know, the contests are up and running, and there hasn't been any change at all. Let me check something. Someone wants us to check euro yen, so let's do that. I'm going to switch my screen to euro yen as soon as I have it in front of me, and there we go. So euro yen, coming from the higher time frame, just to understand what's happening. Yen pairs have been on the move lately since the change in the prime minister in Japan. We have seen all the yen pairs making, having that weekend gap and then taking off afterwards, and not really. Most of them, a couple of them, have not come back to their the break or that move we have seen. You can't see that because this is the monthly time frame. So we have a breakout that is exactly the kind of impulsive move you have after a breakout is confirmed. So where you can see the technicals and fundamentals, hand in hand, telling us what's happening. On the weekly time frame, we have bullish order blocks being created, and the last one has not been retested or mitigated, as we can see here. But it does tell you something about the appetite of the market to go in one direction. See, we had before this one, we had another one that did get retested, and this is a broken one that was retested, because that's something, a recurrent theme as well, right? Broken structures that retested, they get retested from the opposite side right after they become invalidated. So nothing really here to see other than a very clean and very structural, technical breaking of bullish structures and using it as breaking of a bearish structure, using it as a bullish structure, and so a flip structure, and again creating these bullish structures and respecting them, telling us what's happening and what we're looking for. All right, so we hit that target already. That's a target we had from before, from a higher time frame analysis we did in June, or in July, I should say. Hit target. It hit target beautifully right there, as you can see. All right, and then moved away. All right. So what does the weekly or the daily tell us? We have just taking the current action and coming back, current price, and going backwards to see these structures that it leaves behind. That gives you an idea of who's winning the battle and what direction is price wanting to or is going. As you can see, there's no retest so far of those structures. You could have been going long on the retest there and here. Beautiful retest, if you ask me. Actually, it's a perfect, look at that perfect retest right there, that you could have been waiting for price. This is not a pair that I trade. Otherwise, I would be looking for entries right there in these retests that the market does right there, in of these two, yesterday and today. All right, what else can we see? Market is being very bullish, creating bullish structures and continuing. We had a massive pull in push on H4 time frame, and starting from let's double check the ATR to see if we are already. So that's 101, and we measure here, we are at 121. So basically, the market is expanding or has expanded today 20% more than average, meaning it is very bullish. However, but it's already somewhat overstretched, and I suppose it has to do with the overall yen, but also with the volatility expected from tomorrow, as NFP is being released according to Forex Factory's calendar. So if we go to the H4, let's see if we have anything else. There isn't anything here that I could be trading. The last order block that was created was all the way back here, and that one has already been retested before. So nothing that I can use currently. The market is, I would be, but that would be something from last week, not last week, from the Asian session when it was retested, that I would be trying to catch that move. Already happened, nothing to do there. Let me check let me check here. All right, so I'm checking the chat to see what you guys are saying. So we have this bullish structure being created and retest and moving away, which is beautiful in terms of this is the action, right? So you have this move down, and then the creation of the order block, which is that, and it comes back a number of times before moving out. That's perfect price action, perfect as in the sense that is what we're looking for. So you have another acceleration of price action, but that's not going to give us any opportunity right now. That's already passed, and I don't see anything on the H4 going forward. There was something here, an outside bar, but that as well is something already happened, and I'm just gonna mark it so you know that it is there. On the H2, same thing basically, not really any opportunities. It already made its move. This is the move that you would have wanted to be catching based on these H4 order blocks, but it already happened. If you did catch it, then congratulations. But now it's already done and finished. There is a little 1 hour order block just formed, and the market might react to it. But in light of these high impulsive structures and price action, I wouldn't be shorting that just of yet. I would need a lot more proof to be thinking I could take a short here as a scalp, but not as a day trade. And if I look to the 15-minute, do we have a quasi to build our case? We do have a little quasi here. Yes, we do. This is the neckline, but it's a low probability because there's still enough time for market to push yet another. Given the impulsiveness, how impulsive the market is, it's not uncommon for the market to have another go, and maybe even twice before the day is over. So I wouldn't be betting on this trade. Actually, there isn't anything for me to trade on this time frame. I would only be looking for a possible reaction on this, but as I said, I would be only looking, if you're looking to short this, if you're looking to go long EJ, then the opportunity already happened. There was the opportunity to be getting long. And if you're looking for a short, I think it's too early to go short. You might get a reaction here, but that's not going to be a high probability trade. I don't think so. I can take this trade if it signals to me, but it's still very, this happens all the time, and it still can push and continue to push some more, even if it's extended. I mean, the day is not over, and it can certainly have another go at it before the day is over. So all in all, I would say I would sit on my hands, to be honest. I would look for more reasons for a short here, but look at this big candle, right? You don't want to be seeing this when you are already, you have been seeing this kind of price action, because this is indicative of a possible continuation. So, things are not as a short. I would be very, not even targeting that low. I might be just targeting, something like that. Yeah, that's it. That's EJ. Let's check the. Someone asked you Shermanator 007. Shermanator. I like that name. Shermanator. All right. Shermanator is asking how you guys learned your strategies, books, YouTube videos, trading courses. How did you learn, Samir? How did you learn your strategies? These strategies you have, this playbook, this toolbox of 3, 4, I lost count how many strategies you have. But how did you learn them?
Actually, I bought courses to learn these strategies, but at the end, it was about chart time and seeing something in that particular session happening again and again. That is how I learned these strategies. Trading courses will give you a little bit of insights about that particular strategy, but at the end, what will help you is that particular chart time that you are gonna put, and you have to show up every day. You have to see a pattern that you have learned or that you have seen happening again and again in the markets. That's how you also can learn a particular strategy. Or if you wanna, if you learn from someone, you see that happening in a live market again and again, you get that confidence. That's how you are gonna learn your strategy, and that's how I learned my strategies, by seeing the things online, paying for courses, and taking some things, not everything from the particular course, just taking some things that I think that can be beneficial for me, that I think that I can follow in future, that I think that is resonating with me. That's how I learned these strategies. But the main thing is learning something and putting in the work, seeing that thing happening again and again in the market, and maybe tweaking things here and there, adding your own touch to it. Maybe some guys will be okay if they learn from someone, they can, do the exact thing in the chart. But I think many of you guys will put a little bit of your touch in that particular strategy. I think many of traders do that. I think you are also gonna be doing that if you're gonna be doing this trading thing or over a longer period of time, let's say 5 to 10 years. You're gonna learn a strategy, then you're gonna put a little bit of your touch in it, and you're gonna make it your way. You're gonna do the things your way. That's how I did it. I learned a strategy, I did tweak things here and there, and I molded it in my way. And, that's how I did it. And I'm sure maybe Victor also have done something like this. I just want to know, what is your point on this question?
Yes, Samir, and someone in the chat, a very wise one, just used just one word, and that summons it all, and that's unbiased trader. He said experience.
Yeah, he's a daily viewer. Thank you for that. Yeah.
that summons it all, basically. What you need, how I learned, is by having exposure to as many things and as many people, as many traders, as many strategies, courses as possible. That's it. And you can summon it all in just one word: experience. It's you get experience, you get exposure to, a trend following strategy, and you test it. You gather data. You gather. And I don't say, just watch it, consume it, but actually work with it, right? Measure it. Try to see if you can make it work. Try to see if you can get the same results, or actually doesn't matter have to be the same, but you can you can make it profitable, or at least at what time is it likely to be profitable, at what time of the day, at what period of the year, at what pairs is it more, does it work better, what market condition, all of that. That's the experience, that's the information you're getting in, and you keep doing that, exposing yourself. And that's why I think these sessions for you guys watching us, especially those who are beginners, is very, very helpful. You don't have to trade like we do, but this is exposure you're getting. You're watching how I do things, how Samir is doing things, how Jonatan, how Anastasiia, and all of those great hosts who are active on our team. And even if you don't, never gonna be trading precisely as they do, if you can learn a thing, just one thing or two from each one of them, you test them and you discard what doesn't work with the rest of the tools you have, and you keep what does work, right? At the end of a certain period, whether that be 6 months, a year, or maybe years, you would have a plethora of tools that you can use, either they be indicator or just an approach or a certain trick or certain thing that you learned from someone. And when you put these two things together, they will form your system. And how I did that, I use all of the above. I paid for courses as well. I read as many books I can get my hands on, and I tested. That's one thing I can say: test. Doesn't matter. I did watch some YouTube as well, but that was a later phase. I was already arming my system, so more courses. I would say the things that I use are more courses, and actually I didn't actually use from any particular course. I started building my own things based on how I saw other traders approach and how they are using candlestick combinations, and I start measuring the different kinds of each one of them. What are the expectations? What does it tell us? And combining them together, right? Chart patterns, using different chart patterns, testing each one of them, which one is giving you the ability to have an edge, to know what is likely to be happening next. And then it doesn't solve one thing. There's not one thing that is going to make you suddenly profitable and consistent. It's the having known different things and putting those things together, and even then filtering a few things out and testing it until you have it just right. And that's how I build my system. So basically, the order blocks that I use, the definition that I use, I didn't learn it from anyone. I came up with it myself, but it was after have seen many other traders, other strategies, other concepts, right? That I could, be creative, but I'm combining different things from different places, because I've seen how they can work, and I create something of my own. And the quasi, I didn't come up with a quasi, obviously I didn't, but you just use whatever you can get your hands on. But it is exposure and basically experience. Screen time, very important as well. There's no other way to recognize the value of anything if you don't spend time in the market, testing and watching it play out. At each time you have a certain pattern, right? It's easy to know the pattern in theory, but it's another thing to know how it feels like, how fast it or slow it develops, and when are the moments, how does a certain pattern behave, or how does price behave when a pattern is likely to fail, and when it is likely to succeed. There is a certain behavior of price when it is doing these things, and you don't get that by any books. That's just screen time. So hopefully that helps the viewers watching us today. Let me get a chance, because while I was talking, I was seeing with the corner of my eye that the chat was very active, and someone got triggered long EU. Let's take a look at that. That's Peter, about 9 minutes ago. Let's take a look. Okay. 9 minutes ago, Peter got triggered long. Let me take a look. That is the daily order block that we are testing right now. Very interesting. You can take trades, little scalps from them. I've talked about that many times. I like that. I like that, Peter. I understand that you are seeing a bullish order block, maybe on the daily, maybe some other time frame, and you're expecting some kind of a reaction, and we did get a reaction. So good for you, Peter. Let's see what else we have. Who else we have here? Scott Watterson. Someone is using volume sequences to find the moment the sellers are leaving and the buyers are entering, and the reverse when the buyers are leaving and the sellers are entering. You can 10 points every time. You can get 10 points every time. Awesome. No, that's great information right there. Using volume as an indicator to indicate one thing. Who's in control and who's switching, who's gaining control, and so on.
I want to take NAS 100 longs because I like this impulse. I
You
will
gonna
just
show
wait
your
for
chart?
some. Okay. I do want to take this long right here, but I cannot take it in the midway. I want to see some pause. And then
I'm not sure if we're seeing anything. On my side, it looks like it is gray.
let me just share my screen again.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not sure
Okay.
if it was just me or... There we go.
Now can I try it?
Yes.
Okay. I do like this impulse, and I just want to see some consolidation, and then I will be entering on a breakout of that, and my stop loss will be maybe below this low. Let's see how many points is that. Yeah, 250 points, something like that. I can keep that stop loss. I was about to enter this sell, but NAS 100 is going up, and US 30 is ranging. I also want to see impulse on this also and some consolidation. Then I will enter longs. And at the same time, we are at the 4-hour fair value gap. I have marked this yesterday. So we can see some reaction from here. So I am looking for longs on both of the pairs. Okay, we are really going well here. I just want some consolidation. I'll be updating you guys, but we only have 7 minutes. So just know what my thought process is. Just want some consolidation, and then I will take a break off that. And hopefully tomorrow I update you, what my result is. I just want something like that, some consolidation. And similar thing on USD, impulse to the upside, consolidation, then I will enter the trade. Might can happen in 1 hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 2 hours. I just want to see something like that. That is it. I don't want to be, entering just based on FOMO or taking any foolish decision right here. Okay, price is going up, let's just enter. No, you cannot do it. So just want a picture perfect setup, which I have seen, many times happening in the market, which is a pause after the impulse. That's what I will like in order to get involved in this particular trade.
Basically, you're waiting for the market to regroup after it has given a signal, and then you get with the second wave, basically.
Exactly.
I like that.
This is a kind of order block. If we can, consolidate like this, I can execute somewhere around here. So let's see how, market behaves. I cannot be be stubborn, and I cannot just say I have to buy, and I will buy at a worse price. I have to wait for something that I've seen happening in the charts over many times, probably like 1,000 times. I've seen this happening 1,000 times. So I'll just wait, and if you want to discuss anything about charts, if you was gonna show anything, then you can do that. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna wait now.
Okay. Yes, I understand you need some concentration, time to see your setup and get into your trade live here while we are closing on the end of our stream. We are about 4 minutes and a half. It is we'll get to the end of our stream. I would like to thank everyone. We're not closing it yet, but still, I would like to thank everyone for your attention. It's been awesome. Let's see. We have yes. So we have euro dollar breaking a little bit lower into that order block. Let me change to my screen if that's okay with you, Samir.
Yeah, go ahead.
With your
Euro,
permission,
dollar, yeah.
We had a
Stream is
bounce.
yours.
Yeah, we had a bounce on that daily order block right there. We did have a little bounce, and I was expecting price to at least come back and touch this swing low, which it didn't. It fell short of, but it now is making lower lows, and who knows how deep this will go. But I recognize that this is a bullish structure as well. So I'm going to be waiting for price to, give me that indication. Let me go to the left to see if there's a quasi that I can trade. Right. We have a bullish order block on the daily time frame. So that is on the 6th candle. This is right on the 5th candle. No, it is 6th candle. For those who are, wondering what if they need to filter this or not, that depends on your rules. What I would do is go to the left and see if we do have a quasi on the 4 hour. Let me double check if we have a valid one. That's number 1, and if not, it's this one. So we have 1, 2. This goes all the way up. So that gives us 2 entry order blocks on the H4, which is this one, the bigger one. And all right, so we do have a signal on the H4 to look for a long, and on the H2, let's see if we have 1. And 2 and 3. Basically, we do have an entry order block on the H2 as well on the quasi. However, I do not like it because it is wider than the H4. So I'm gonna be looking for something else to indicate the area. It is valid, right? Strictly, it is valid. This is the daily, the entry. Let me double check if I'm not missing anything. Got none here. You got 1. You got 2. And 3 right there. I see that. Okay, so this is a valid area to be looking for longs, but it needs to. I do have an area here that I can trade off. Let me mark this. It's not ideal, so I'm gonna be looking in the background. Maybe I don't have time to show you guys right here, but I will be looking for on the H1 to see if I can refine that area further, and or maybe let's do it in front of you. So we have 1, 2, 3. So yes, the H1 does not give me anything. So this is what we have, nothing else. This is what we need to work with. That's the area. So it is not ideal. You would want to have this much higher instead of 20 pips, which is not bad actually for an area. So I'm gonna be looking for starting on the 5 minute to look for that quasi, which has not presented itself yet. So far, these are the swing points, and I'm gonna be looking for possible reversal from price as it is within this area, right? But really, it's within the daily that I'm interested in. So this is the area that I'm interested in. We need price to actually start giving us that price action, that reversal. And it's actually a little bit too early, because if you look at the daily, the daily candle, let's measure it and compare it to the ATR. We have 53, but is that, yes. And if we measure here, we have 43. So basically, the ATR tells us that today we can expand another 10 pips from current prices before hitting 100%. Meaning 10 pips from current prices, that would be basically, we can still hit 1544. So one thing is ideally I want to see it hit that level and go even beyond a little bit before getting some reversal pattern. So I'm going to be waiting to see if the market is going to do a reversal from this daily. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. We'll have to see. Or maybe it's not going to reverse. Maybe it's going to go straight through it. And if that happens, that's okay. We just have to follow price action. All right, we have come to the end of our stream. I would like to thank Sam and all the hosts before us that made this possible. But most of all, I'd like to thank you guys sitting at home or at your job, watching us, supporting us, liking our stream and subscribing to our channel, because we have reached 90,000 subscribers. So we know you guys like our stream. I'm very grateful for that, and we have a lot of great things coming up for all of you who want to become better, who want to learn and improve and become better traders. If you're not profitable yet, get over that milestone. Join us regularly on YouTube, on Discord, and we will try our best to share knowledge and experience, so you can go from unprofitable to profitable. And if you're already profitable, go from profitable inconsistent to profitable consistently, right? So join us on another episode tomorrow again of live trading here at the trading room of the 5ers. Any last words, Sam?
I would like to thank our viewers for giving us support from day one. All these things wouldn't have been possible without you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you for your support. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you are done with that, because next milestone is 100K. Of course, we are planning a big giveaway, as Victor mentioned in the live stream. So stay tuned and just subscribe if you haven't done it yet. There's going to be a bigger giveaway once we reach the 100K. Of course, this is going to be a bigger as well. So see you tomorrow and take care, guys. Again, don't overtrade, don't over-risk. One trade a day, that's what I advise everyone, every beginner or every trader who is, not seeing any consistency. One trade a day, don't overtrade. That is it from my side. Thank you guys again. Thank you for having me on the stream.
Perfect. We have one viewer saying, I'm not profitable. Well, you know what to do. Join us tomorrow and ask the question, those things that you're dealing with. Join our Discord if you can. And, we will grow together and try our best to help you in any way we can. So that's it from our side. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.